Okay, and now officially, hello and welcome. My name is Patryk Kuniszewicz. I'm a journalist of the Polish radio, and today I'm very happy to be with you today. It's the beginning of an international conference, the impact of communication and education in promoting systems for long-term savings, and 5 years of employee capital plans. So I would like to welcome everyone who has gathered here at Warsaw Stock Exchange, and joining us today are online participants, and I'm waving to the camera right now, hoping they see me right now and tuning into our conference. So very warm welcome on behalf of organizers, PRV and the Foundation of Warsaw Stock Exchange. And we are going back to applause in a minute, because I would like to thank our partners of this event and media sponsors, and please applaud them loudly. So thank you very much. So the objective of this conference on the impact on communication and education in promoting long-term savings systems is to give an insight by European experts into long-term saving schemes, and shedding an insight on outlooks for different pension, retirement and saving systems. And this is the only conference in Poland that enables international cooperation, exchange of experience in pension schemes in such a wide scope. So we are in for a very exciting event, and everything I've said so far, that was an intro, because right now we will officially open the conference, and I would like to invite the hosts of today's event to join me on the stage. Robert Zapotoczny, the president of the board of PFR Foundation, and Alina Bonczar. And over to you. Good morning. We are very happy to have you here. We are very happy that you have found time, that you have accepted our invitation, and we can have you here today. I would like to give a very warm welcome to Marti Lepala, Pensions Europe, representatives of Barcelona University, Maria Merce, Thomas Post of Maastricht University, Jeremy Moriarty of the Irish insurance regulator, and I would like to welcome Žiga from Ljubljana, a major player on the Slovenian behavioral economics market, Roberto Karas from Lisbon, who is specializing in retirement market in Portugal, Dejan Malesic from Italy, and co-organizer of today's event, Mr. Marto. A very warm welcome to all our guests, co-hosts, and special compliments to Professor Gertruda Uścińska, who is gracing us today with her presence to share her experience. I don't like to talk too much in my intro, so I would like to welcome all guests. Alida, over to you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to give a very warm welcome to all wonderful international and Polish speakers on behalf of the Warsaw Stock Exchange Foundation, which for the second time running is the co-organizer of this event. And this conference is also organized as part of the Year of Economic Education, because this and the next year will be celebrating economic education. We have announced it last year, and on the 11th of January, we have officially launched this year in the Senate of the Republic of Poland, and the agenda is implemented and funded by the Warsaw Stock Exchange Foundation and other foundations committed to economic education. We are committed to economic education, knowing how important it is on different stages of our life. We are implementing various projects addressed to different target audiences. For 25 years, we've been running a stock exchange academy and implementing various projects, games for students, because we want Poles not only to expand their economic horizons, but also to acquire specific skills. I would like to mention, because I've promised not to talk too much, that my foundation, together with Warsaw Banking Institute, is rolling out every year studies into the financial knowledge of Poles. And this year, on a 5-degree scale, Poles have evaluated their financial acumen at 2.5, and 20%, only 20% believe they have major knowledge. And we are asking respondents every year, are you familiar with long-term savings, retirement saving plans? And this is not a surprise that most of them are familiar with employee capital plans and individual capital retirement plans. For PPK, most of them know what it is, and with individual pension schemes, only 20% know specifically what they stand for. So 11% of respondents have concluded that they are investing, that they have the product, the employee capital plan, and 15% is considering opting for the plan in the nearest future, which is why we should keep on educating the wide public. And that's what we are doing. So once again, I wish you a very inspiring and exciting conference and discussion. So thank you very much for opening the event. Yes, just one sentence. I would like to mention co-organizers, in addition to Warsaw Stock Exchange Foundation, represented by Motor. I would like to welcome LuxMed, which is the partner of today's event, and Liam Kennedy of IP London, who is the media sponsor of this conference because it adds prestige and is dividing our Polish market, which is mature to a certain extent, but it energizes us whenever we can share experience and obtain information about more mature markets we are looking up to. And I would like to welcome our co-partners. I would like to ask the CEO, Robert Zapotoczny, to stay with us because he is giving the keynote speech on 5 years of employee capital plans. And one technical note: we will have a number of slides in presentations with facts and figures, and because we have foreign guests, the presentation comes in English, and we will recap 5 years of employee capital plans in Polish, but you have headsets to listen to interpretation. I'm very happy that I have the honor to present the latest facts and figures on employee capital plans. So 5 years have passed. We have fresh data. So let me recap shortly what employee capital plans are. It's a saving scheme where the employer and the state makes a contribution to savings. So savings are co-financed through contribution, employees' contributions totaling 2% of income, maximum 4% of income. The employer is paying from 1.5 to 4%, and the employer's contribution is subject to a tax relief, and all participants, regardless of income, receives a welcome contribution totaling 250 a year and annual subsidy of 56 euros a year. With very strong support of Mr. Bartek, thank you very much for this very short initial stint, which will hopefully encourage Poles to save for retirement. So in 2018, legislative process came to an end with the act on PPK, which was signed in this very place in 2018. The act was enforced in 2019, signed by the Polish Parliament. In 2019, preparations for the launch of PPK, we have set up the company, we have set up the registry, which is supporting the scheme, and later in 2020 until 2022, an important, pivotal role was played. We had to set up infrastructure, we had to set up legal solutions, and the central role on the market was played by financial institutions, which were very professional. As suppliers, initially there were 18 institutions, and later we saw consolidation, and over the next couple of years we will definitely see a smaller number of financial institutions. What usually happens on the market while the number of participants is growing? So implementation started in 2020, and if you remember well, that was the beginning of the pandemic. 2021, that was the year that disappeared, it vanished, no one remembers what happens back then. And in 2022, we had 2 million more than 2 million participants. So for very different reasons, people were not opting for an increase at the workplace. Why? Because they had no confidence in saving schemes run by the states for very different reasons. But what makes us very happy, and I'll develop on that later, this is changing, this is evolving, and many more people are now opting for those schemes. And the portal and the login function was set up later, so everyone in Poland, regardless where savings are accumulated, is able to check how much capital has been accumulated, even if money is deposited on separate accounts which have not been combined. So unlike on the British market, you were not able to preview your total sum accumulated on savings accounts. So we capitalized on experience of our colleagues from more mature markets, who often provide us with great inspirations and help us draw conclusions and simplify different things. So, Jerry, many solutions from the UK, perhaps Polish solutions, will help Ireland make auto-enrollment even more popular and simpler to build retirement savings schemes. In 2023, we were ready to go live, and in the same year, we had another auto-enrollment, and I'm going to tell you how it ended in a minute. Okay, now a number of facts and figures about PPK. It's 100% private money. All money that is on the account is private money. This is guaranteed by the Act, and money collected by the employee are money after tax. In 70%, money paid by the employer is also money after tax. So in case of illness, in case of withdrawal of money to secure a deposit, a mortgage deposit, how do you inherit funds? There is the endowment option, and you don't need to start litigation to get this money. Distribution of funds on divorce, this is regulated by the Act. Subsidies from the state, not as high as in the initial stage, but the subsidies are equal for all participants of the scheme, so we are not favoring higher earners, because everyone receives the same subsidies. So what are the deliverables of PPK? It was a stimulus to start saving. Bartosz Marczuk is reiterating very often, and he is a great advocate of this solution. He argues that PPK, as a result of PPK, 4.5 million are saving for retirement today, and they also promoted the concept of retirement saving. The Act on PPK is also promoting other solutions, including IGZE, which has a tax mechanism seeded. Auto-enrollment for the last year, 718K. This is the increase in the number of participants. So we have more than 3 million active participants by April, so up by 27%. And this is the exact figure of participants, the highest participation in largest companies employing more than 1,000 people. Later, smaller participation in companies with an employment level from 250 to 1,000 employees, and the biggest challenge regarding companies with employment level of 10 people and under. Participation, according to the definition we have created at the foundation. So whenever you have at least one management contract in public sector, we have 24.9%, in private 48.1%. Why? Because wages are low, we often hear, and very often there is no will to promote by the public organization of such retirement plans. And very often we ask financial institutions to identify such companies that are promoting the concept, and we present them with prizes. Most participants are men, the minority accounts for females, and as you can see on this diagram, most popular is the plan among 25 to 44-year-olds, and a major challenge is posed by 50-plus demographics whose saving horizon is very short. But this may be also a challenge that offers a number of benefits, because over a short period of time, with the help and contribution of employee, you can gather substantial savings and allocate them to pursue your dreams. Young people, that's another challenge we plan to solve in the nearest future. We will put together a PPK for young people, created and designed by young people to highlight benefits that are not obvious to this group.
So what has helped the development of PPK? Behavioral economic assumptions, so auto-enrollment rather than waiting for participants to submit a declaration. It is very important to have employers on board. In Poland we have the social dialogue council, so this is a tripartite commission, employers, employer associations, who together develop solutions related to remunerations.
Uczestnicy muszą być edukowani.
Participants have to be educated, they have to be aware, and this is a continuing process.
Dochodzimy do pewnego momentu i wszyscy wszystko wiedzą.
It may seem to us that everyone will have learned everything by a certain point, but that's not true. There are always doubts. You always need to answer hundreds of questions. Currently, we have a lot of interest. We are getting a lot of phone calls at our contact center, which we are running together with PFR. So there's more and more interest. There are questions from employers and questions from regular employees
nastawieni na pozyskiwanie dodatkowych informacji.
Now more inclined to seek additional information. What is the condition of PKs today?
Ostatnim kwota 25 miliardów, to jest ponad blisko 6 miliardów euro zgromadzonych aktywów. Ponad 320 tysięcy przedsiębiorstw, ponad 20 pracodawców, 4 miliony aktywnych rachunków. Jeśli chodzi o liczbę uczestników, tych jest trochę mniej. Tutaj mamy do czynienia z 3,5 milionami, trochę ponad 3,5 miliona indywidualnych uczestników. No i proszę Państwa, to dzięki instytucjom finansowym, którym należy kolejny ukłon, ponad miliard euro wypracowanego zysku dla uczestników, więc duży szacunek. Jeśli chodzi o to, w jaki sposób finansowane były środki wpłacone na PPK, no to jeśli chodzi o wpłaty, mamy do czynienia z największa część to wpłaty ze strony uczestnika, następnie pracodawcy, te dopłaty ze strony państwa, z Funduszu Pracy wypłacanego przez PFR na rachunki uczestników, nie są może bardzo dużą częścią, ale wspierają oszczędzanie i dają poczucie takiego zaangażowania ze strony państwa, które w swojej patrymonialnej roli wspiera oszczędzanie. Czym zajmujemy się my? To już tak pod sam koniec mojej dzisiejszej prezentacji. Prowadzimy informacje, edukacje, spotkania, konferencje, szkolenia, odpowiadamy na pytania, obsługujemy stronę, która informuje uczestników i polecamy również naszym międzynarodowym gościom i kolegom tego typu strony jako miejsce pozyskania informacji dla potencjalnych uczestników. Nasza strona ma tysiące wejść i często wykorzystywana jest jako źródło informacji o posiadanych oszczędnościach i źródłach ich posiadania. Te liczby może niewiele Państwu będą mówić, ale zarejestrowanych blisko 700 tysięcy osób to coś, co cieszy. I proszę Państwa, na koniec informacja o tym, kto jest najważniejszy w sukcesie PPK. Najważniejszy jest pracodawca. Bo jeżeli pracodawca chce, pracodawca wspiera, pracodawca widzi sens, pracodawca nie oszczędza na pracowniku, tylko widzi w pracowniku podmiot działalności, którą prowadzi, to wtedy taka firma, taki pracodawca ma wysoką partycypację. My tych pracodawców staramy się identyfikować, nagradzać, promować, dawać im wsparcie, ponieważ wiemy, że bez ich roli tej partycypacji by nie było. Staramy się to robić przekrojowo przez wszystkich pracodawców, począwszy od jednostki samorządu, przez miejskie ośrodki pomocy społecznej, do gigantycznych firm doradczych, przez wielkie sieci dystrybucji, z którymi na co dzień widzimy się przy dokonywaniu codziennych zakupów, jak i przez na przykład Pocztę Polską. Mnóstwo firm, mnóstwo branż, mnóstwo typów zatrudnienia, jeden cel, przekonanie pracownika, który jest podmiotem prowadzonej działalności, do tego, żeby wspólnie oszczędzać. Bo proszę Państwa, źródłem dobrobytu i bogactwa narodów jest praca i oszczędzanie. Więc pracujemy, bo pracy mamy w Polsce sporo pod dostatkiem, a budowanie oszczędności jest misją, którą staramy się wykonać. Bardzo dziękuję serdecznie i bardzo cieszę się z panelu dyskusyjnego, który będziemy mieli do czynienia.
Dziękuję serdecznie, panie prezesie. Wielkie brawa. Dziękuję za ten wykład wprowadzający. Proszę Państwa, a ode mnie garść informacji technicznych, dlatego że w czasie dzisiejszego naszego spotkania czekają nas 3 panele, podczas których bardzo ważna wiedza tutaj popłynie ze sceny, ale między panelami oczywiście będą przerwy. To będzie przerwa kawowa, to będzie również przerwa na lunch. Drodzy Państwu, to są informacje tajne, że będzie serwowana dzisiaj pyszna beza. I bardzo Państwa przepraszam online, że narobiłem Wam smaku, ale wierzę, że też tam gdzieś macie dobrą kawę i jakiś deser przygotowany. Drodzy Państwo, nie zwlekając, rozpoczynamy zatem pierwszą część merytoryczną, a więc panel. Zapraszam Jakuba Janasa, dziennikarza i przedstawiciela Investment and Pensions Europe, który jest gospodarzem i moderatorem panelu Wyzwania w komunikacji systemów długoterminowego oszczędzania.
Jakubie? Thank you so much for that. I will switch to English, but I promise to those who use the translation headset, I will be speaking slowly, especially for our translators. So thank you so much for inviting us here. My name is Jakub, and I represent IPE, which is Investment and Pensions Europe. We are the leading magazine publication for institutional investors all over Europe. So pretty much we write about European markets and institutional investment. And I'm really pleased to be here also as the media partner, as the publication. We're going to cover 2 topics today. The first one is about communication. The second one is about technology. So right now, without further ado, I would like to invite my guests. It's going to be 4 people, starting with Matti Lepala, the CEO of Pensions Europe. Maria Mercedes Claramont Bielsa from Universitat de Barcelona Business School. Dejan Malesic, Head of Business Development from Previnet. And Thomas Post, the Associate Professor of Finance at Maastricht University. And I also have the 5th special guest who will be also with us today, and that's you. So I really will encourage you to ask questions because these international guests are here for you. So if you have any questions, anything you would like to ask them, just raise your hands and we'll be, of course, happy to welcome your questions. So I will join here. It's a pleasure to welcome you here. Let me actually, before we jump to questions which I prepared for us, let me just, if we could spend like just 5 minutes on just basic introductions of who you are, what do you do. The topic of today's session is navigating challenges in long-term savings scheme communication. So it will be about communication, and all of you have experience in that topic, but from different perspectives. We can start with Thomas. If you could just say a couple of words about yourself and your focus.
Yes, my name is Thomas Post. I work at Maastricht University, and well, we have a lot of projects where we work together with pension funds to improve their communication with members with different goals to help them to understand pension information or to sometimes nudge them in one way or another. But this is basically what I do.
Thank you so much. The next one, if you could just say a couple of words.
Okay, thank you, Jakub. So good morning, all. My name is Dejan Malesic. I'm director of Prevident's international business, and I'm also head of business development in the company. And first of all, I would like to thank you to Robert Zapotocny and his colleagues for this invitation and also for the warm welcoming during this conference. So really, this is really much appreciated. Then I'm happy to be here together with my esteemed panel colleagues, and share with you some insights basically from our international experience. Just one word about our company. So Previnet is a fully independent third-party administrator that provides administrative services through our own technology to pension funds, insurance companies, and employee benefit networks across Europe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maria, you're from Barcelona.
Well, hello, good morning. First, I want to thank Robert because it's the second time I come here and I'm always happy to be here. Then I'm a I'm a professor at the University of Barcelona. I'm an economist and an actuary, but I'm here as a member of the Observatory of European Systems of Complementary Social Pension Plans, that is a research organization from the University of Barcelona, and we do research in pensions and in demography and some related subjects, but we also have connections with the industry, and we also disseminate ideas related with pensions.
Thank you so much for that. And Marty, in your case, you are leading an association for pension funds associations, so Pensions Europe.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and my warmest thanks to Robert and your colleagues. Very glad to be here for the first time, and congratulations for the great success that you've had in recent years. Indeed, Pensions Europe is the European-level trade association for funded pensions, so representing 24 national pension fund associations, which cover, I think at the moment, maybe 80, 90 million people in Europe. And as we are with funded pensions, our members, or the members of our members, the actual pension funds invest maybe roughly 5 trillion euros in the European markets. So as the European pensions landscape is very diverse, so is our membership, ranging from really traditional defined benefit company pensions, like in Germany, to various types of defined contribution or long-term savings products across Europe. So it's very challenging. Our role is to represent the interests of our members at the European level, meaning that we work on policy and regulation with the European Commission, Parliament, and the European level supervisors. I'm happy that our chair, the chair of Pensions Europe, Jerry Moriarty, is here today with us.
Thank you so much for the introduction. So as you can see here, we have two scientists, we have one business representative, we have one pension association, so different actors when it comes to communication. But before we actually jump to the conversation on communication, I want to actually ask one question about the need of the change of communication. So why do we actually have to rethink how we design our communication? Dejan, we had a conversation about that during our content call about the changes right now which are happening in society. If you could just say a couple of words about that.
Of course. So yes, I will start with definitely with a bit of context in which we currently live. So we are all aware about the current political war crisis and, let's say, the overall uncertainty that we experience worldwide. So this is definitely not the great news for the pensions industry, as the planned pension projects basically are slowed down, we need to say, and also relevant investments in this industry basically are postponed both in public and the private sector. We also know that the pensions and retirement industry is not the most exciting one. So people in general tend to be quite proactive when we talk about pure investment products. Yeah. But unfortunately, this is not the case for the retirement pension solutions. So they feel it something which is old-fashioned, let's say, not engaging and quite boring, to be honest. Some of the issues are definitely linked to the communication with potential savers and employers. So in particular, the first one is that communication is not delivered through the channels that people effectively use and they want to use. And second one, the language which is used in the communication is very often not properly understood by potential savers. So basically, information should explain the relevance of the retirement savings and also the consequences if the potential savers don't do it. So at the end, of course, the people should feel confident about their decisions on retirement savings. But that's the point. So unfortunately, there is a lack of confidence, in particular from the young generations versus retirement solutions and system. And of course, again, non-awareness of for the need for the savings and protection. Also, I would like to stress about the generational issue. So the pensions retirement products, they should help the generational matters in Europe. So to be more specific on that, so they should meet the lifestyles and the needs of different type of users. So on one side, we have this digital, let's say, and very mobilized generation, and on the other side, again, we have seniors, and both of the, let's say, all of these groups, they need to have comfortable solutions. The last point here is the flexible workplace environment in which we live, so where more and more people, they take the opportunity to work remotely on a stable basis, even from some exotic, basically, destinations. So that's basically the way of working currently in many of corporates and multinational companies, and we need to take into consideration all of these aspects to design basically the new pension world.
Thank you so much for that. I was going through the latest publication of PPK on the update when it comes to the assets that have been gathered, but also on the composition of demography. What I'm trying to say is that, to my surprise, 95% of those who save up in PPK have Polish passport. 5% are not Polish citizens, which is interesting because it shows, and of course this number is growing. Majority when it comes to that group are Ukrainians, but also it's very interesting when you understand that historically that wasn't the case. Of course, PPK only has 5 years, but it is interesting to see the change in demography. Also, when it comes to demography, Maria, I know that you also did some research in that topic, so if you could bring it on and show how it works.
Well, our last study was related with convergence and divergence of mortality indicators around the world, using 9 mortality indicators, basically the life expectation, yeah, and considering all the world, then more than 194 countries. Then what we found is that the convergence clubs that there are, we can build groups of countries with similar mortality indicators and that are really different from the other groups. And we have found for both sexes different 5 groups of our clubs. And one of the main conclusions is that these groups or these clubs resemble the configuration of the continents. Then mortality or longevity, that's the same, are similar between the countries that are in the same continent and different from the other continents. And other interesting conclusion is that among all the countries and among all the groups, the longevity has increased. We have had an improvement in the longevity indicators. And this means that not only in the past, yeah, because we have used data from 1990 to 2030, but not only in the past, but also in the next future. Then our projections show that longevity will increase regarding all of the set of indicators. And another good conclusion, well, let me stress that, for instance, Africa has had the more significant improvements, but even in the best performance country, that's the high-income country, they improved the longevity indicators, but in a slow way each year. Yeah? But another interesting question is also related with the gap, the different sexes, yeah, female, male. Then obviously, it's not obvious, but female live longer, then we have better indication. But this gap between female and men has decreased over time. And regarding our projections, it will decrease also, yeah? But this difference is narrowed, yeah, in the future. And one of the reasons of the difference are the bad lifestyles of, they call blue-collar men. Yeah, this means tobacco, alcohol, stress, working too much, and so on. And one of the reasons why the gap is narrowing is just because females have adopted some of these bad lifestyles. Yeah? But regarding, if we look at the several documentation in papers and so on, this gap will narrow in the future, but there will still be difference between the longevity of females and male. And one of the main important reasons of this difference is related to genetics, and is related to the Y chromosome.
Thank you so much for that. I wanted to ask this question because we all know about the factors behind the system change, including demography changes, including longevity, including pension gender gap. What's quite interesting, especially for the international audience here, right now the retirement age in Poland is 60 for women, 65 for men. Women, however, on average live longer, which is 81 years as the average age. For men, it is 73, if I remember correctly. So it is actually quite significant. So we have all these challenges, and again, although we are fully aware of them, or at least we know that they exist, now is the actual topic of how to shape the conversation so that we can include everybody, include the topic of gender gap, include the topic of demography changes and the longevity. And I wanted to right now ask Thomas about it, because not only you are Associate Professor of Finance at Maastricht University, but most importantly, you're also leading a program called leading on the International Center of Pension Management, where we have a special program for pension funds on how to design communication. So what's interesting here is you had a chance to work with over 20 financial institutions, specialists from the communication teams. Last year you had your workshop that was in October. This year you're also going to have it. But I'm really interested in the conclusions that came from that meeting.
And most likely Robert remembers, because he was joining our program there. So we had a program that was focused on discussing issues related to member communication, and we aimed for as diverse as possible membership, participants. And it got diverse. You can imagine we had a pension scheme where the contact to the participant is by physically walking into the jungle and talking to the participant, to the other end of the range where we have call center agents that have AI-assisted technology to identify if maybe a caller is close to suicidal dangers, and then helping in that dreadful situation. So we discussed over 3 days communication issues, starting from, first of all, that we have to understand the needs of a member of a pension scheme, which is typically one of the biggest challenges. Because in pension schemes, we probably have an idea what a stock market is, what a stock is, what saving means, that kind of stuff, and we think that's normal. Actually, it's not normal. So if you understand that, you are amongst the 5% in the population that doesn't understand that. It's really reality shock, how do real people work, how do real people think, and then moving on to, I think the biggest learning we had was not a magic trick, but more that communication should be board-level priority, which typically it is not.
It's not. Which countries the pension funds usually came from? Of course, that you are based in Maastricht, so I believe that you had some guests from the Netherlands. Did you also have all the international audience?
We had, of course, the usual suspects, so the countries where we have the biggest schemes. So we talk about the US, Canada, the Netherlands. But also we had 2 participants from South America, from Suriname. We had Australia, Robert, of course, from Poland. And Chile, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so it was quite international. I know also that you have one slide for us prepared. I'm going to click it right now because you wanted to discuss the topic of the standard of living communication. And I think that's something interesting, regardless if we talk about pension funds from Chile, from Poland, or from the US. One moment, let me just take a clicker. And I should... Perfect.
Yes, so when I shared this slide with Marta, I said this is my mystery slide because it's completely not self-explanatory. So on top of it, you see 3 different designs on how to communicate risk with a pension plan participant. So risk in a sense, just imagine, well, everything goes well. What is your expected pension? That's nice information to have, but we also should be honest in saying, well, if it's an investment scheme, it can be less or more. And how do we do that? So shall we say we show 3 scenarios like the design in the middle? Shall we show multiple scenarios like what you see in the right hand, or more like a fan chart? Now the best guess, if you look into weather communication, would be to show that thing on the right-hand side, but it turns out for pension, the thing in the middle works quite well. So this is something we could not expect because we thought people misleadingly think 3 things can happen. Yeah? But that's not true. Actually, I understand there's uncertainty around pensions. The second thing on the slide relates to an experiment we did where we thought about how can we motivate savers to contribute more into a pension plan. And typically what you see on a website is something like a planner, a tool with a slider that says, well, if you put more euros in now here, in the future you see more euros coming out of the pension scheme. Then the question is for the average non-financial literate participant, just normal people, why should I do that? 500 euros more in 50 years, so what? Or shall I have 1,000 more? What does it mean? What we did in the study, we tried to translate these 500, 1,000, whatever euros more into something that people actually save for, which is buying stuff. So saying if you end up with this and this pension amount per year, this buys you roughly this type of vacation, this type of house, this type of car. And we could clearly see that that helped to motivate to save for the future. So in a sense, not saving for more euros in the future, but saving for something to buy in the future.
Thank you so much for that. I'm just looking at this because to me that's actually quite useful in a way that, again, I'm pretty sure that all of us here are more or less aware how our pension would look like because we work in the industry. Your members, our members, not so much because it's our role to educate them. And with this kind of information, I believe it's a bit clearer to understand how it works. I also wanted to ask you, we're going to actually go to how to communicate with people, especially using the new channels. That's the next question for Maria, which I'm going to ask. But before we go there, I also wanted to ask you, Thomas, not only you've been working with pension funds when it comes to their comms strategy, but also you had the chance to work with other communication actors, such as labor, unions, but also the governments. And I'm asking about this question specifically because in 1 year time, 2 years time, if I'm correct, we're going to have something which is called Central Pension Information System in Poland, which could be a chance for the new government to not only bring this system, but also use this chance to communicate how to make the most out of it. And designing good communication is crucial because it isn't only about seeing the number, a figure in your system, but also understanding how it translates on the standard of living. So I know that you've worked with different governments. If you could tell us more about that, please.
Now, what we plan for the next edition of the program is also to raise the issue of communicating with other players, not just members, but also the government, labor unions. And that is something where we see in the industry that there's apparently a big need for more understanding on how to do that. And that's something we're still working on. But what I do, for example, myself, I'm involved when there was the development of the German pension dashboard. I was in an advisory board to share my knowledge. And yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I also want to ask Maria about different means of communication. I know that you were working on a project where you were designing TikTok videos to engage people. That's one of the ways how pension funds can, and just also other actors such as government can engage in better communicating your future pension money, but also there are other means and other ways of engaging, and that's something that you did when it comes to TikTok.
Yes, thank you. Then let first me stress the importance of financial literacy, financial education for informed decision-making, considering young people as a priority group. Then young population is one of our priority group in order to communicate because they are at the perfect age to start retirement savings. But it is difficult to connect with this status of the population. Then there is a need to find and to use the connect information mechanisms, in order to reach this kind of population. Then the observatory is a member of the network of of collaborators of the Financial Education Plan in Spain. Then through this network, through this Financial Education Plan, we have participated in the Global Money Week in 2024. For this Global Money Week, we have prepared a reel, a short video, related with the life cycle theory of savings. Then in that reel, in this short video, we explain in a simple and understandable way, we hope, this kind of theory. Then let me indicate also that the Financial Education Plan in Spain is promoted by the Ministry of Economy, the National Security Market Commission, and the Bank of Spain. Then, if you want, we can.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
We have the video.
I have the clicker, so let me just click that one button. Hopefully, it will work. Let's see. And I believe I have to click it again. Let's see. Perfect. We don't have the audio, but I believe it will come in a moment. Thank you so much for that. And I know that it was played, it was seen by many people. I think you mentioned a couple of thousand, or I don't remember the exact number, but I know that it was quite good number.
Well, let me explain a little more. This Global Money Week runs from 2012 and has reached over 60 million children and young people, and more than 150 countries participate in it. Yeah, and regarding the Spanish campaign, the Spanish participation, in 2022, the number of children and young people reached directly almost 19,000. But let me explain a little. Yes, the observatory commitments regarding financial education. Yeah, that justify this kind of language and this kind of channel. Then our initial goal was to find the right language and the right channel in order to connect to young people. Then how do we begin? Then first we consider videos with real images or with animated graphics. Yeah. Then through a focus group and a pilot project, we decided to choose the second option that you have seen here. That's the animated graphic. Then we also investigated to incorporate human voiceover, or by voiceover by artificial intelligence, or no voiceover, yeah? In order to decide between these three channels, through the focus group, yeah, we roll out, yeah, the artificial intelligence voiceover, yeah, because they have preferred the other options, yeah. And in order to choose between the two others, with human voice or with without voice, we have decided to implement these two options into different campaigns, in the national one and the international one. The video you have seen corresponds to this international version. Yeah? Then in the other thing that we had to choose is to use human locution, yeah, that has been chosen in the national one, and we have chosen an actress, a young woman, that has been also the voice of a quite known marketing campaign of other products in Spain. Yeah? Then our experience is that we have been able to confirm in our experience that including human locution does not increase the number of views. This is why in the second we had more visiting, yeah, more views than in the national ones. Yeah? Then we already have the language That's animated graphics and without artificial intelligence speech. Yeah? Then regarding to the visualization, in the national campaign, we have had about 12,000 views. Yeah? But we are aware that this is not a big number, but let me explain that, for instance, we have chosen in the channels, we have chosen TikTok. Instead of Instagram, we have the video also in Instagram and YouTube and TikTok. And we have realized that the visualizations in TikTok are much bigger than with the other two channels and with the other of 100 with respect to one. Yeah? Then this is a big relation. Yeah? Then we will choose in the future the TikTok channels in order to go to the young people. Yeah? Then we have to keep in mind that also on none of our social networks, on the official networks of the Observatory, we have more than 30 followers, not more. But this is why we have not made a campaign in order to increase the number of followers. And why? The reason mainly is before implementing a marketing strategy that the videos and the campaign go viral, we want to analyze the effectiveness in terms of this campaign, in terms of improving the financial literacy, the effective financial literacy of this status of the population. Then we are just at this point. Then before going in a big campaign, we would like to check the effectiveness of the campaign. Yeah? Then now we are designing new focus groups, then we are selecting the characteristics of this focus group, of the participant, and we also writing the interview pre-visualization questionnaire and the post-viewing interview script questionnaire.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for the example. I don't want to jump too quick to the next topic because this one gives us a perfect topic for the discussion. And I want to actually ask two questions, one to the audience and the other one to all of you, pretty much about this mean of communication. We'll start with the audience. I really want to know if any of you are following any finfluencers, be it on a Polish market, on international market, on Instagram, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, on TikTok. If you do, please raise your hand. I do definitely, and I wonder. I can see one person. I can see two. So I'm only checking because maybe this kind of message isn't for you because you know exactly how your portfolio will look like in 10, 20, 30, 40 years. But again, that's not for you. It's mostly for your members. But I will also ask you. I don't want to, of course, exclude you, Mati. I'm not sure if the TikTok and communication would be best for Pensions Europe, but if all of you could give me some comment about this kind of communication, how it fits into a bigger picture. We could start with you, or we could, because I have a special question for you on regulation, but maybe you would like to comment on that.
I think there are many different situations, and the communication should fit what is the policy aim, what is necessary. So in one country it can be to convince people that you need to raise the retirement age. It can go well, it can go not so well, like in France. You have people in the streets, but it's a different thing than then convincing people that you need to save individually. So I think the communication needs to be tailored for the policy purposes and for the audience that is the target audience. So I think all different measures need to be taken, and I'm sure that one can really learn from experience from other countries what works, what doesn't. There have been pension reforms that have been tried to implement to go forward just with social media, maybe not so successfully. So it's not that something works for everybody, but you really need to know what you're doing, what is your aim, and how you do it.
Thank you so much. Thomas Dehan, do you have any comments about?
Yeah, first and foremost, I'm a scientist, so my short answer is ask me half year down the road, because currently we have a small team of students that work with TikTok videos that try with an influencer to explain the Dutch pension system to the TikTok audience. We don't know yet how successful that will be. I think our most successful video has something like 30,000 views or likes or shares. Sorry for that. I don't know how this is called on TikTok. But at least I can tell you one side benefit or influencer that was not part of the plan made an additional episode talking about now that I do these TikTok videos. I learned that I myself, being self-employed, I'm not covered and I have to do something about that.
Maybe just a very quick comment from my side. So again, I and we as a company, we again fully endorse this approach. So this is again where we are in general, where we are going. I mentioned before that it's definitely necessary to address different group of users in a different way. And now we know that this next generation of digitally native users, they definitely are looking for this type of services. So that's the way we are definitely going.
Thank you so much. If there are any pension funds who would like to share their stories, how they communicate with members, that might be a good time. So if you do, raise your hand. We're going to give you some mic because I wonder how it looks like on the Polish market. So if there is anybody, if not, we move on. If there is, just let us know. Mati, I asked you a moment ago. I asked you a question about communication and TikTok, but of course your institution isn't. It might be unlikely for you to use TikTok because you support communication when it comes to regulations. If you could tell us more about that. We just had a conversation about engaging the members through different media channels, working on shaping communication in pension funds with governments. But I do wonder how it works on your level.
Yes, so Pensions Europe is the European level representative organization, so we work on policy and regulation. So we work on the framework that is then put at national level to pension funds or long-term service providers. So all the legislation and regulation, which then specifically puts different requirements on different types of pensions, whether it's an occupational pension or personal pension or different types of investments or savings products. So it's a very complex environment where we work. So from our perspective, what is important is to know and respect the diversity across Europe. Every country is different, in a different situation, and what is a challenge is that Europe is putting often or looking for harmonized solutions which do not take properly into consideration the different realities in different member states. And also the fact is that for pension funds, as part of this long-term savings landscape, pension funds are very diverse. You have very huge pension funds that can deal with everything, but then you have a lot of smaller and really small pension funds, and then communication challenges can be really burdensome. The administrative burden and the costs relating to this is a serious concern. So we are looking for frameworks that improve communication for the right reasons, that the information given is helpful and useful, not just an administrative burden, and that the costs are contained so that they are reasonable. Wanted to go back to the demographic challenges and these issues. I mean, we've known for a quarter of a century of the demographic change. And we've known that the public finances will not support the public pension systems, which are mainly not funded. In some countries, yes. There have been big reforms, like here in Poland, changing into notional defined contribution and all of this. But we know that also, like here in Poland, the replacement rates, the projections for replacement rates from public pensions will not provide decent income for retirement. So what is the big challenge for us and for Europe and Europeans is to find a way for people to save, and save now, because the future generations will not support pensions for those who have not saved. So that is really the big communication challenge on a system level, on European level, to convince the policymakers, the legislators, but also the people to understand that yes, you have to change, you have to save in different forms in different countries, because otherwise you will not have adequate or even decent retirement income. So that is the biggest issue. And then, of course, it comes down to how you do it. What is the message? And the countries are very in different positions. Some are well-funded, they don't have such problems. They can deal with the change. They are prepared. Many others are not. So really these hard truths and the proper measures in a positive way, because if we are relying on people, if we're not forcing people, if we are relying on people to take actions, to voluntarily save for themselves, or we nudge them with auto-enrollment, there are different policy measures and different ways to communicate this. But this communication challenge is huge, especially when we see that the risks in pensions have been shifted from the governments, from the companies, increasingly to individual people. And many do not realize, they do not accept it. It's a reality, so people need to know, they need to understand, and they need to be informed and communicated in a way that it is acceptable and understandable for them.
Absolutely. Especially, I remember from the last year conversation, there was a similar panel, but in that panel we had Gertruda Uścińska, who said that when it comes to millennials, people in their 30s, the replacement rate for the state pension, so in 2060 or around that time, will be around 25 or 20%. So exactly, as you said, not a very optimistic scenario, but that's exactly why we should communicate these things and help future pensioners to take action. But I do wonder, and that's a question to the whole panel, to all panelists, about the topic of struggles or potential problems in communication. And again, I really want to understand your the distinctive position on that. Matti, you work with pension associations. Maria and Thomas, of course, you are the researchers, you are the scientists here. Dehan, you represent business. What would be the challenges, or what would be the problems, for example, you've heard from pension funds you work with, or clients you work with, or other researchers you work with? We could start with you, Thomas, and...
A struggle or a challenge is maybe a bit like history, so that historically lots of communications were designed first and foremost by legal experts to fulfill certain requirements, and then maybe a marketeer or communication specialist had the chance to look at it, maybe. That is something, of course, it's a very slow process to change that to say, first and foremost, we have to test it with real people. They have to understand it, and maybe at the very end, we let our legal staff have a glance at our communication.
Thank you.
Okay, I will just briefly comment this. So I definitely fully agree with Thomas, because in the past, most of the communication, they were, first of all, designed in a, if you want, pure legal way. So in order to defend pension fund from the potential liabilities, but there was no real intention to communicate something meaningful. So, but this definitely needs to change. So we discussed about this also slightly yesterday. I think we cannot start only with the legal aspect. Legal aspect is important, of course. It can go in parallel, but it cannot be, of course, the main driver. Otherwise, you will not communicate nothing, let's say, useful and actionable by the users.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, I do agree about the legal aspect. I will have a question about that in a moment, because we had a very interesting conversation on the use of new technologies, including ChatGPT, but that will be a topic in a moment. Maria.
Then from our point of view, communication and financial literacy are intrinsically related. Then they need each other. Because if you want to have an efficient communication system, you have to have a financially literate population in order to properly understand what you are communicating. And on the other side, communication also improves financial literacy by itself. And I have seen that in PPK, you have shown that you have a financial education plan, and this is important because they are both related.
On regulation and then actually useful communication, of course, we look at regulation and try to argue that it's much better to have principles of good communication than having detailed rules that are harmonized, that try to cover everything. And there are big challenges at the regulatory stage at this moment. There's a revision of the European Pension Fund Directive, for example, where this is discussed. So We argue for example, for layered approach, which is in place in the Netherlands, that you have different layers of information, so you can start with just the most important conclusion, and then you can dig deeper. But the tendency at European level in legislation is that you legislate everything and try to harmonize everything across Europe, and that is challenging. On the financial literacy, that is of course important. When we are shifting risks to individuals, then hopefully people will able to understand, and that's all very good, and we need to have a lot of effort to do that. But we always also need to realize that even when we, for example, go for the payout phase, for the decumulation phase, that we give people choices. There are at least 3 Nobel laureates in economics who have told that this is the most difficult question in finance. You are dealing with so many different levels of uncertainties that nobody, not even Nobel laureates, are able to manage this. So we, as responsible for these systems, we have to understand this, and not to say that, you are financially, we give you financial literacy, you deal with this. No, we have to deal with this. We have to have default options. We have to have reasonable, decent default options for people, that they will not land in a very worse situation. So that is our responsibility to, when whether we like it or not, we have shifted the risks, and we're shifting the risks to individuals, but we have to be responsible of designing the systems in such a way that people will not find themselves helpless and in worse situation.
Thank you so much for that. I also know that you advise different pension associations on topics from transition from DB to DC. Not a topic for Polish market that much as it is for Western market. We also spoke about IROP2 directive review or the European Tracking Service. If you could just give an example, how do you work with different associations? So what exactly is your role when it comes to being such an advisory?
Yes, this change from defined benefit to defined contribution is, as I've already said, is a big change now taking place in the Netherlands. It is something that we are working across Europe with our members. We're finalizing a paper called The Road to DC. So trying to recognize all the different relevant aspects. What are the drivers for this change? What are the consequences? And for example, how do you communicate? And what is the role of financial literacy? So we are trying to have forward-looking ideas across Europe that could be helpful then in defining policy, so that we don't always start with a piece of legislation and then try to think what is important, so that we have a broader view on what does this change mean, and how do you cope with it? How do you smoothen the trail in this way? And again, the trail is really different in different countries. In some it's more drastic, in some already, many countries are totally defined contribution already, so there's no change.
Thank you so much for that. I want to also jump to the topic of technology. So using different means to communicate. We had a quite interesting conversation on different actors. So we know it's not just pension funds, we also have the governments, we also have labor unions who shape the communication. We know that if it's badly shaped, people would not understand how things work, or they might even lose trust to the system or not gain it. Actually, the topic of trust in Polish pension system is a thing, but also I believe that generally trust in pension systems isn't just an issue in Poland, but generally in other countries. I can see that you're nodding. So I mean, even though Netherlands is said to have one of the best pension systems, I'm not sure how it goes with trust.
So I don't know the latest numbers. I mean, what I understand, they're not shocking, but the topic of trust is still very badly understood where it is coming from. There is a recent study that shows from the age of 50, 55 and onward, high trust correlates a lot with the financial performance of a fund. But below that, we don't know where trust is actually coming from. And it is very important to have trust. In the Netherlands, I cannot withdraw my money, but we know from countries like Chile or recently in Estonia, trust is the best predictor of people pulling out money out of retirement savings.
That's especially interesting. Of course, we can't just say that pension funds should be the only actors doing communication here. But I do imagine that if they design good communication, not only they could address the key topic of trust, but also get new members. I think that would be something interesting to explore. Dehan, also, what would be your take when it comes to the topic of trust, or actually lack of trust, and the use of technology to address it?
Okay, thank you for that. So again, from my perspective, and when we are now talking about, if you want, the new world, so we are experiencing definitely the environment of the ongoing digital transformation, and which affected both the way we live, we do the business, and of course how we work. So as I mentioned before, so these pension fund members now, they become, of course, digital users, and the new mindset, the mindset completely changed now. So also with the use of the technologies and basically social channels. So there is a full customer, human, if you want, focus. And in this context, what really makes a difference and plays a crucial role is basically artificial intelligence, but particularly generative AI one. So these AI, if you want, technologies, they have been around for quite a long time, but their deployment in the pensions industry has been increased in the recent years. So we are experiencing this rapid acceleration in the pace of AI innovation, particularly due to the content generating capability. So this is really the game changer here, not only for the pensions insurance industry, but basically, I would say, on the overall basis. And here, you mentioned before the ChatGPT. So this generative AI, if you want, models, they have captured the attention following the release of the ChatGPT in 2022. And this was the first publicly released large language model, which basically is able to engage in a human-like, contextually relevant communication in response to user prompts. So in other words, this, let's say, generative AI is a type of the artificial intelligence which, as the name suggests, basically generates the new content. And that's the main difference between the traditional AI models and the generative AI, because traditional basically were focused mainly on the classification, on the identification, and some prediction, while generative AI models, they are focused as a primary output for the new content generation.
Did you use ChatGPT in your work?
I use not only ChatGPT, I use GPT also for my, if you want, personal and private things, but we have, and maybe I wanted to introduce that. So we, as a company, we have developed these Gen AI models for different user cases on behalf of our clients. So, and I use it, and also I would say now majority part of the company, they use it within the scope, of course, of information that we have, and in relation to the work we need to perform. So that's definitely the case. Here, what is really important to be said related to this technology is that it can be trained also in an unsupervised manner, saving a lot of time and cost. So these models, they are pre-trained, but there is, of course, it needs to be done through the experts, of course, but they're also fine-tuning, which is done usually with the partner, with the client. And another aspect which is really important is adoption, because adoption, thanks to the user-friendliness and intuitive interface, adoption speed is really, really high. So they can provide the support, these tools, they can provide support and advice with the speed and intensity which is incomparable to any human being. Maybe if you leave me just a few words about the concrete use cases. So we know that, again, the widespread adoption of the generative AI models for the pension funds is still at the early stage. However, different providers, and again, my company is one of them, we are actively working on using casing and deployment to the clients. So particularly, I would stress about 3 use cases. The first one is the providing member advice. So starting from the individual members' personal accounts, available financial data from which, again, there is authorization definitely received from the single member. There is possibility to provide personalized advice on retirement planning, on the contribution optimization, and even for the investment strategies. So this advice, again, is linked to the risk profiling, which is performed by the member within the same environment, and of course expected years to the retirement. It is more than a simple chatbot. So because for the chatbot, if maybe for us, if we make slightly different, again, questions on the same concept, chatbot will answer always in the same way. While with GenAI models, if we, let's say, make our different questions, so on the same concept, so they will, GenAI model will reply differently, again, elaborating the same concept, but with different words, exactly as any human would do. So this is the first use case. Second one is related to the world of the benefit options. Again, recommendations and guidance better about the benefit options and claim procedures. This is quite complex world. We know there is but very often these options are not clear to the members. They are quite lost when they need to make some decisions. Again, the GenAI tools, they can help basically for this guidance based, again, on the information which is available at the account, expected years to retirement, their retirement goals, what they want to achieve, and of course, accumulated account value. The third use case that is, again, quite popular in use is related to the support to the pension managers, insurance officers, and administrator. In this case, models, again, are trained with a huge quantity of documents and information from the scope of that pension fund and regulation. And they can, pension managers, they can be supported in their decision-making process, and they can also have support to answer employers' questions. So
it's quite big if you think about the support it gives, it provides.
Yes. This is definitely the case. Another important use case that we have is that these pension managers, they can even extract through the GenAI directly the dedicated reports, and this can save a lot of time. So they can definitely, given that there is access to the portfolio of that client, so it's definitely huge potential.
I really want to answer the question to the audience about the adoption of GenAI, such as ChatGPT, in your companies. I know that it is something that, I mean, I'm representing a publication, so as you can imagine, it has a massive impact on the work of journalists. But I also do wonder if you are working or if you're implementing, if you plan to implement such technology at your companies. If you do, just let us know, raise your hand, because I do wonder. I tell you an interesting story. A year ago, we had a conference in Reykjavik, in Iceland. One of the speakers was Professor Brown from Cardiff University, who is chairing something called Digital Futures of Work, which is a research program on, as you can imagine, digital futures of work. So how are we going to work in the future? One of his specializations is to understand the impact of GenAI, so of ChatGPT, on the not only way how we work, but how companies hire. And one of the topics was that it isn't only about firing people because of the impact of ChatGPT, but also about less hiring. So we're going to work with copilots who can support us on back end, but also in your case, as you just said, also on front end, just being a support in understanding the portfolio construction for future pensioners. I do wonder if there are any concerns. For example, one of them we discussed yesterday was about legal affairs. If you could comment on that, because again, I do believe that if we have a room of people who represent financial institutions, you have already had a conversation about implementing GenAI, such as ChatGPT, and not only you see the chance to reduce costs, or optimize your workflow, but also perhaps you had some challenges or you had some questions that came out from your board meetings. One of them, as yesterday, was about legal. If you could comment on that.
Of course, Jakub. So that's definitely, again, important aspect. So as said, first of all, in design, you need to respect the important principles starting from if you want full transparency. So the client, for each client, there is a full transparency of how the model was trained. So we do it, is in particular fine-tune it together with them. So this is the first point. Second point is, of course, you need always, from legal point of view, you need to have some proper legal disclaimers, which are explaining to the users, so where you can arrive and where not. So we are currently, what we are working, we are not giving, if you want, the final kind of the investment fund that single member should use. We are suggesting more the investment type of the strategy. I have a case of many of the members, young members even, which are, if you want, stuck in a kind of default guaranteed investment funds, which are, let's say, good probably in the period of kind of the crisis and when you are quite close to the retirement, but on the long term, these people usually they lose quite a lot of money. So we try to raise the awareness, we give them a tip, also based on their risk profile, because it's paradoxal that most of these people, their risk profile is linked to the life cycle strategies or more, if you want, equity-oriented assets, at least during their young age period, but they are not performing any kind of action. So this Gen AI really helps here to raise their awareness and to bring them into the action. So yes, so these aspects again are important, but they cannot block the initiative. So it's important to do it in a proper, ethical way and with a full transparency with the users and the partners.
We had IP recently hosted something which is called Young Pensions Professionals Roundtable, which are monthly virtual meetings for under 40 pension professionals. And when it comes to the March edition, we had a quite interesting guest from PwC who was presenting the report on pension tech, on how different technologies are adopted in pensions industry. And he said quite interesting words that even though pension funds or financial institutions might be cautious about using ChatGPT for various reasons, their members already are using it for financial advice, whether we like it or not. What financial institutions can do, they can design their virtual support, but within the limits and within the knowledge and specialization that they have. Which was quite interesting to me, because it seems that in the future, I mean, not even in the future, but almost right now, perhaps in countries such as Netherlands, which has a very, very well-developed market, such assistants are already there, or are about to be implemented. I know we're going to finish in a moment, so if you have any questions about communication, about technology, now is the time. And if you don't, I would like to give final words to all my guests. I really want to ask you two questions. One thought about the communication strategy from all of you, again, from different perspectives. Perspective of researchers, perspective of business, perspective of association, and perhaps one thought, one topic that you're looking for from this audience. So maybe there is something that you're looking for in terms of ideas or in terms of cases. Just share what you're looking for. We can start with Matti.
For me, it's important to recognize the fact that technology keeps changing and that we don't end up with regulatory frameworks that are not compatible with the change. For example, for the AI and its use, I'm sure that also in the future you cannot outsource your responsibilities. If you are governing somebody else's money, you will be responsible whether you use AI or not. So all the regulation, and there's much of it coming, it needs to be flexible enough, more principle-based, because if you really start to legislate every detail now, it will not fit the reality and it will be very cumbersome to change it. So I think that is to understand, appreciate, and to consider all of this in the right way is key for us and I'm sure for the whole financial services industry.
Thank you so much. Maria?
Well, I agree with the previous speaker because I think that artificial intelligence it's now here, then and it can be useful, yeah, for pensioners, for enterprises, yeah. But as an user, I have quite concerns related with this technology. From the point of view of the research, we use it, yeah, because it's clear. But my concerns refers to the way the algorithms goes, yeah, because they uses data and pass data, and they sometimes they reproduce some inefficiencies that are inside the past data. Then I think that in future this artificial intelligence will evolve and to give a more predictive things and not only reproduce the past, yeah, with the inconvenience, for instance, related with sex, with females and male, and some other ethics questions, yeah. But I think that this is the future, and obviously also enterprises are in the society, they will use, and I agree with him that with the legal point of view, we cannot put rules about all of the things because it's impossible, because reality goes faster, but we need some ethical questions, yeah, and to agree with ethical uses of this kind of technologies.
Okay, so I would start from what we perceive from the pensions insurance market. So we perceive that solutions that boost basically human user productivity are required and not to replace them. So empowering human user productivity. And that's also my opinion that the Gen AI will not replace human expertise, but will empower it. However, we need to be aware that in the near future, there will be a huge gap between experts and businesses which are using AI and Gen AI and as a competitive advantage and those not using it. So I think that's already a fact. So we just need to use it, of course, as we said, in an intelligent way. And another last point is, again, I need to stress about this unprecedented adoption speed of Gen AI technology by users. ChatGPT gave us this example because they crossed 1 million users in just 5 days. So for a quick comparison, in case of Instagram, it took 2.5 months, Facebook 10 months, and Netflix 41 months. So this is really huge difference. And this is due, there are different basically drivers if you want. One is definitely user friendliness. Second one is this really intuitive interfacing of the Gen AI tools. But what makes difference, this interaction with the Gen AI really perfectly fits human cognition. So you really have a perception if it's developed well, that you speak with, let's say, your partner, basically your consultant, and you have additional kind of arm for all your businesses and all of your needs. Thank
Thomas,
you.
we started the session with you. We're going to finish with you. If you could just say a few words again about your key thought about communication in pensions and the topics you right now looking for.
I think I can directly follow up on what you said. The topic of human is, I find, very important. In that sense, my biggest learning for myself is be modest. Don't talk to your colleagues. Don't think about yourself. You know how to communicate with people. Just go on the street to the supermarket, grab some random 5 people from the street and try to explain to them a pension product. The learnings will be enormous and the communication will be much better.
Thank you so much for that. And a big round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much for your time. We're now going to have a coffee break of around 25-30 minutes. And I'm going to see you here back at 12. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much for that session. Thanks for our guests and the host, Jakub Janac. I tak jak wspomniał Jakub, mamy pół godziny na taką przerwę kawową, drodzy Państwo. Spotykamy się punktualnie o godzinie, patrzę na zegar, 12, prawda? Bo mamy 11:35, a więc dosłownie 25 minut. To jest dużo czasu na rozmowy kuluarowe. Zaproszę Państwa o 12 i będę o tym przypominał. A wtedy kolejny panel dyskusyjny, edukacja i bezpieczeństwo danych w platformach emerytalnych. do tego, żeby zająć miejsca. Za chwilę dostanę sygnał, że transmisja online również wystartowała. No i mam nadzieję, że Państwo się posilili, że trochę energii jest w nas więcej. Na to oczywiście liczyłem. A skoro było coś dla ciała, to teraz trzeba zadbać i o ducha, i o umysł. W związku z tym czas na kolejną merytoryczną część, a więc drugi panel dyskusyjny. No i ja celowo nawet na środek nie wychodzę, bo za chwilę tę scenę przejmie jej gospodarz, a więc ponownie zapraszam tutaj na scenę Jakuba Janasa, dziennikarza i przedstawiciela Investment and Pensions Europe, który jest moderatorem drugiego panelu Edukacja i bezpieczeństwo danych w platformach emerytalnych i to on już przedstawi swoich gości. Jakubie?
Thank you so much again. And again, I will switch to English. It's a pleasure to see you. Again, we just finished one session. Now we're moving to the second one, Balancing Education and Data Security on Pension Dashboards. So that's a long title, but pretty much it means what is the digital side of pensions and how we could also mix it with the topic of education. So without further ado, I would like to welcome our guests. We have 5 names. We start with Žiga Vizintin, the Director of Retirement Solutions at Pokoińska Drużba. So a big round of applause for him. The next one is Roberto Carache Flores, Risk Manager at Vitalis. And again. Then we have Jerry Moriarty, CEO of Irish Association of Pension Funds. Again, thank you so much. Andrzej Nowodworski, co-founder, Senior Security Architect at APT Defend. And the very last but not least, of course, Robert Zapotoczny, CEO of PFR Portal PPK. One, two, one, two. Oh, right. So it works. The digital side of pensions. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us today. The panel will have a similar structure, so we have 60 minutes. I do encourage you to ask questions, especially as these experts will be able to answer them. These can be even hard questions. We also are happy to welcome them. The good side of that is that I will not be answering them, so it will be our guests. But as I want to start, let me just also, okay, so first of all, if you could just say a couple of words about yourself, about what you do. Let me just do a quick intro of the session, and then we will move to your introductions. When I was preparing for that session, I read the latest reports on digital side of pensions by PwC, the Dutch division, and they had quite an interesting quote there, which I'm going to read out loud. I think it's quite interesting. Initially, as the beginning of the quote, initially there was an expectation that disruptive technologies, especially blockchain, would significantly transform the pension sector. However, due to regulations and the complexities of establishing a new pension system, such disruptive challenges have been more evolutionary, not revolutionary. Again, that refers to the Dutch system, but it's quite interesting in terms of generally the digital side of pensions. The focus of pension tech right now is on participant activation through simplicity, so simple UX, improving data quality in pension administrations, and enhancing information provision. That's the word of introduction. Before I jump to my questions, which I have to you, if you could just say a couple of words about what do you do, especially in terms of the topic of digital side of pensions. So not only your job title, but how do you approach this topic? So we can start with you, Robert.
Still, good morning. Good afternoon. Robert Zapotoczny. Right now I am CEO of PFR Portal PPK. I used to work in Polish Development Fund Group from 2016. Before I was responsible for employee benefits in financial institution on Polish market, life insurance, health insurance, and retirement savings as well. And because of my professional background and experience, I was involved in the project of PPK. Right now I am responsible of information in Polish auto-enrollment saving system. And my experience or my let's say relation with digital threats, digital secure is very limited. Right now we are responsible for a web page with information with also some some service with knowledge how much do we save on PPK. However, in near future, we should be more responsible for a Polish dashboard. It means CIE, Centralna Informacja Emerytalna, so something similar to European tracking system, which is dashboard where every single person in Poland will be able to watch, to see how much he will save in every type of retirement product and sources. So that will be challenged according to attacks for potential database. However, we solve it in very easy way because our database will be not, how to say, online and very in very threat attitude fronted to customer, just most likely like offline with ability to see what was happened day before.
Thank you so much. Andrzej?
Yes, my name is Andrzej Nowodworski. I'm not directly related to the pension market. I'm a cybersecurity expert with over 25 years of experience. I did red teaming. It's a simulation of the hacker attack on the organization. I used to work with anti-fraud systems. Now I'm a founder of APT Defend. It's a cybersecurity awareness platform when we teach people how to spot the attacks, phishing attacks, smishing attacks, and other attacks which are held on the people.
Thank you so much.
My name is Jerry Moriarty. I'm CEO of the Irish Association of Pension Funds, which is the representative body for pension funds in Ireland. I'm also chairperson of Pensions Europe, which Matty's explained already. At the IPF, our job is to work with government and regulators to lobby on behalf of pension funds, but we also do a lot in trying to help educate, particularly trustees who have the governance responsibilities for running the pension funds, ensuring monies are invested correctly and people get paid their benefits. A lot of that work is bringing best practice to people, helping them to understand regulation, helping them to understand legislation. And obviously at Pensions Europe, we deal a lot with new legislation that's being proposed, a regulation either by the European Commission or by EIOPA. And I'm also obviously a member of Pension Plans, so I see the other side as well of the digital space, and happy to share some experience on that later.
Thank you so much. We have second Robert, so Roberto.
Hi, my name is Roberto Garcash. I am based in Lisbon, Portugal. I work as a risk manager at Vitalis. We are primarily two functions. One is actuarial consulting, which includes evaluations for pension funds, and the other is asset management. I work as a risk management on the asset side, but I'm also an actuary and I'm active member of the Institute of Portuguese Actuaries and the International Actuarial Association. So a part of my work is basically to research emerging risks. This has included climate risk, which is a very important topic, and now, of course, artificial intelligence risk. So I'm active in a few task forces, and I have some background on these topics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Žiga?
Hello from my side. I'm Director of Retirement Solutions of Pokojninska družba. We're the largest private pension fund in Slovenia. Keep in mind, Slovenia is a small country, so being the largest in Slovenia doesn't mean much. But we're the whole service pension fund, so we manage all our assets. We also do back and front office, and we also pay out annuities. So basically, we offer all the services of the largest funds in the world. So this is what we do in our company. I'm also a big proponent of behavioral economics, which was mentioned today a few times. So we're trying to implement as much as possible the behavioral side, anticipate how our members behave, and make them
make the hard choices for them, I would say. So this is one of my main missions, to help people save as easiest as possible.
Could I add something? Giga, you are maybe from the smallest country, but you are too shy and too modest. If you, as a provider in insurance area, in insurance business, you provide annuities, we are bigger market, and annuities on Polish market is something very limited or even not exist.
So thank you so much for the introduction. And as in the session before, I want to also include you as the audience. I know you just had a coffee break, you had some coffee, but I still want to wake you up with a question which I'm going to ask Andrzej about. Because, Andrzej, you mentioned that you not only work with pension funds, you've been working with financial institutions when it comes to cybersecurity, IT infrastructure. And I really want to ask you, I actually want to start a conversation about data security, about pension dashboards, about the digital side of pensions on the topic of the threats. Because if we define what threats financial institutions can expect, how IT criminals hackers are trying to get the data, we'll be able to then move to practical examples in different countries, from Slovenia to Ireland to Poland.
Yes, the main threat, not only for the pension systems, but for the companies holding very crucial data, is data breach. And in the last year, we experienced on the pension systems markets 2 large data breaches. One was in the US and one was in the UK. And a lot of data has been stolen and published. And then it comes to handle this data breach. And it's very expensive. Mm-hmm. It can cause your company trust damage. And I've heard that people from the UK, they are now trying to go to the court with the case against this company. In this UK case, it was a supply chain attack. So the attack occurs not on the pension system companies itself, mm-hmm. but on the company who provides services to those pension systems firms. And supply chain attacks are very popular now because it is very hard to manage all your suppliers and to check the level of the security they are providing with their services. So the best way to handle is to prepare some principles which the company you are working with should follow. And that's the easiest way, but on another hand, it's quite hard to verify if they really follow those principles or not. So you have to have a specialist on your side who is able to verify the companies you are working with. And that's the one type of attack. And the second type of attack, which is very common, it's using some common or known vulnerabilities. So if we do not patch our systems quick, mm-hmm. then those attacks are spreading very fast. And if you don't do this, that the risk that your system will be hacked is very big. So that's the second one. And another way is to attack not the companies itself, but to attack pension system members. Mm-hmm. And that's the very common way, because this is a mass phishing attack. The criminals, cyber criminals, are sending tons of emails to people. And for instance, they can force them to switch from the pension system if there is a possibility to some crypto exchange or crypto market.
That's interesting, yeah.
And it really happens now. So phishing, scams, and all those type of attacks are very common and very popular. And that's why the cybersecurity awareness is important and the education is important. So we should educate not only about the pension systems, but about the risks that every member can face.
That was actually a question I wanted to ask, and you partially answered that, because when it comes to the UK and US data breaches, I believe, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what was stolen was the data, not actually the money. But you just gave an example that if you do a phishing campaign, if I put it this way, you can manipulate people into moving their money into some shady funds, and then this money, of course, will disappear.
Yes, exactly. And the data is very important for the cybercriminals, especially data from the pension funds, because I give you an example. I used to work in the bank, and we have the cyber criminals attacking the online transaction systems. So they attack the bank customer and make him to do some transactions he was not intended to. And some of the cyber criminals groups were not interested in the customers who has less than some amount of money on their account. So getting into this pension dashboard and knowing the system like PPK, that every month 2 or 4% of your money is going to the pension system, you can calculate how wealthy is this person.
Sure.
And you can do the spear phishing, so it's a targeted attack on that particular person. And those targeted attacks are very dangerous because it's very difficult to spot that kind of attack.
Thank you so much for the example. I know, Robert, you'll be definitely interested into commenting on the element of PPK. The reason why I wanted to start with this topic is that I knew that it's going to wake us up a bit, because it isn't only about the nice side of technology, but also about what are the dangers related to that. I will give the floor right now to Robert, but also I will ask all the other panelists about the examples of cyber threats, cyber attacks in your country. So, for example, whether you have any famous case in Ireland or in Slovenia or in Portugal, also in Poland. Both Andrzej and Robert would be able to comment on that. And that's also my question, if there is any special characteristics in your countries. Maybe it's not. Maybe all attacks are similar, or maybe there are some tendencies. Robert, you of course represent the institution which provides information on patient assets. If you could comment on that, especially when it comes to your IT infrastructure and cyber threats that are potential.
We are not maybe very attacked company because we have only information. However, before war on Ukraine, one of our employees responsible for our web service, he stopped entrance for our web page from domain.ru. And the number of attacks on our web page was decreased immediately by 98%. So the source of let's say, the source of threats are only from one side on our market now.
It is kind of interesting because in December I was hosting a conference downstairs, Future Finance Summit, and there was one specialist, one expert from Microsoft who was also discussing the topic of cyber attacks, and he said that they can predict the location of kinetic attacks in Ukraine because they are preceded by cyber attacks in these locations. Of course, not only on financial institutions, but generally cyber attacks. But it is just interesting that both go hand in hand. But going back to financial institutions, maybe some examples from Ireland. I wonder, you of course represent the Irish Pension Fund Association. I do believe that you also discuss topics as cybersecurity. And again, I want to start this topic with this because we're going to move further to the topic of digital side of pensions. but I first want to see the threats and the problems because they will shape our solutions.
Yeah, I think we've been relatively lucky in that there haven't been many examples, or certainly not publicly known examples, because obviously something's going to happen in the background that doesn't become public. But I do think there are some areas, and Andre mentioned, where, you know, most Irish pension funds are quite small, so they use third-party administrators. So some of the weaknesses that have been highlighted is how those third-party administrators receive and take instruction. So quite often the trustee who has legal responsibility can be an employee representative, an employer representative. They're not necessarily a professional organisation. So there have been instances where they use their personal email, that gets hacked. So there have been much stronger procedures put around how people communicate and how they take instruction, because that's one area that people can be vulnerable. I know there have been a lot of examples in the UK of pension scamming where people are persuaded to transfer their pension benefits to a new fund, usually on the promise that they can access cash immediately, and the money ends up disappearing because that fund isn't a legitimate fund. And I think there's some issues there in trying to balance being efficient and having, you know, really tight deadlines around transferring money once people make decisions, but also allowing sufficient time for controls to be put in place into ensuring that those transfers are legitimate. And I think sometimes there's almost an overemphasis on the efficiency part and not enough on the security part that needs to go with it.
Thank you so much for that. Any examples from Portugal and from Slovenia?
As far as I know, there is not a big scandal to talk about. But going back to the theme of technology, I think one great potential for cybersecurity is the use of AI precisely to monitor dangerous AI agents. I think this is a growing field, and for sure it will be increasingly important given the scope of potential threats. I was talking with Andre of how much recently you have higher and higher scams and higher breaches. So as this increases, you no longer rely on people, but you rely on systems that will be fully automatized. And it's a very interesting field.
Thank you so much for that. Žiga, Slovenia is small. I do still have the question about cyber attacks, but I also want to slowly move to the second topic, which I wanted to ask about the pension tech, so in this case, technology. We had a very interesting content conversation last week about the use of technology. One of the quotes which we had there was that the digital side of pensions is useful for funds, but too much technology might distract its members. That's just a quote. I really wonder if you could tell us more. What do you think about it? And also, if there are any cyber attacks or anything, I'm not sure if you could just tell us everything about your pension fund, but maybe you could relate to that question as well.
Well, in the last month, Slovenia fell victim to a lot of cyber attacks from we know who. So it was focused attack on many governmental and other, let's say, state-owned companies. So some were also breached. Luckily, no one was in the financial services sector. So I also think the financial services sector is one of the sectors who, from the early start, invested most in the defenses. So it's built up to date. It's taking more and more of our focus, not just focus and also money, investing in IT defenses. So this is something that is happening more and more. Regarding the other question, having too much choices or things like that, yes, choice is good. Too much choice is maybe not so optimal. I don't know, maybe if a member has 5 investment options, that we can say is probably okay. If he has 100 investment options,
that'll be too much.
And we were talking on the last panel, they were talking that members, 5% of people or whoever are financially literate. How will a person who is not financially literate make an educated decision where to invest their money? Of course, they can't. So in this question, I'm a really big fan of smart defaults. We need to make the hard choices for the people. I think it's an illusion to think that people will make the hard choices on themselves. Also, I will say financial awareness is of course really important, but it's overrated because it takes generation to build up the knowledge. And we see that people fall victims to greed, lust, the same behavioral biases for 1,000 years. So, I mean, last year equity funds had really high yields. And of course, this year everybody's moving to the equity funds, which is probably too late by now. And this cycle is going on ever since the first investment. So we, the providers and the system, need to make the system such to protect people from acting on those biases, to make smart default choices for them, and to allow freedom for people who wish to make changes.
So controlled freedom, we could say.
Absolutely.
I tell you one thing, I spoke in the past with one of the Scandinavian pension funds, and they said something that they thought about creating an app, but realistically, people would be checking it maybe twice a year in the best scenario, realistically, because with our banking apps, we usually check it even a couple of times a day when we pay for things in shops. If there was a pension fund app, we would possibly not be using it. Their solution was that they integrated the pension information with the banking app, so this way people had all the information in one place. But I also know that you've been implementing some new technologies in your fund, because I remember we spoke about different solutions in terms of communication, in terms of marketing, in terms of back office. If you could tell us more about it, so how do you implement the technology? And again, if you could also reference the topic of cybersecurity as well.
I think most uses now of technology or AI, whatever you want to call it, it's been there for a lot of years. I think it's not such a revolution happening now. It's in back office systems. Basically, it enables you to do some things faster, more precise, with more controls. And as Robert says, to be able to process a lot of volume of information or to monitor certain things faster and more precise. So I think most things are now happening in the back, not visible to people. And also, of course, language models are used in marketing material, designing videos, and so on. So it enables us to produce materials faster, maybe more tailored to certain individuals, but that's that for now. So I think it's still, let's say, I would say on the sideline, and it probably will stay, I think, there for quite a lot of time. So it enables you to do something quicker, faster, better, but that's only one part. I think what I would take from the previous panel was the human element still stays the same.
Absolutely.
And what Robert said, I really love that you put on #1 in your slide. The system needs to be designed using the behavioral knowledge how people behaved. Auto-enrollment is such a case. We know those 3.5 million people would not start saving if they wouldn't be auto-enrolled. So I think this is a thing we mustn't get caught up in technology, and we need to focus on the main thing. And no matter how good the marketing material will be generated by ChatGPT and the videos, it will never convince 3.5 million people to save. Auto-enrollment did it like that.
So it's about behavior.
Going back, the system needs to be designed smartly, from investment fund selection to decumulation options, with defaults and auto elements to automate as much as possible, to leave the freedom to people, but knowing that they will not decide in most cases on their own.
Thank you so much. Robert, I can see that you have a...
I fully agree with you, Giga, because we had PPE, similar solution like PPK by last 25 years. And the number of people who are safe with employer, or mostly employer is paying for those pension, is now approximately 600,000 people. It used to be 200,000 before we start work on PPK. And the number is maybe not saying too much. The number of participation in companies with contribution about 5 up to 7% on employer side only, without contribution on employee side, was even in financial institution below 50%. So employer is able to pay extra 7% of salary every single month with tax deductibility, because this is free of social security payments, and the number of participation is below 50. So it means behavioral economy is something what is really, this nudging is very important, because people are good, people are nice, and mostly lazy. So that's the reason why they should be pushed to do something. So, sorry for
No, it's absolutely fine. Thank you so much. I wanted to ask a similar question as well to Jerry. I remember from our conversation, you also were a proponent of a more, and correct me if I'm wrong, conservative view on technology. So too much technology might be distracting from the actual goal of saving up money, and too much use of technology might then again go into potential cyber threats. That'll be the next question to Andrzej, but starting with the Irish case.
Yeah, I think similar to Ziga, we have to understand how people work. I think giving people functionality just because the technology allows that isn't necessarily the best solution, particularly when you consider how people think. So, Ziga's example of the stock market rose a lot last year, so people switch into that. If you can do that easily on your phone, that's what's going to happen. The opposite also takes the case where if the stock market, performs poorly over a year, what you will find, if people can switch out of it, they do it, but probably at the end of that year, so they just lock in their losses. So I think, understanding that we can make better decisions for people in general, I think that's a really good way to go. And again, I agree. I think we can overemphasize the education piece in that you're not going to be able to educate everybody to make informed decisions all the time. And we need to understand how people work, and make those decisions for them. I think that's really important.
I know that you're right now establishing pension dashboard in Ireland.
No, unfortunately we don't have plans to establish pension dashboard. We are bringing in auto-enrollment. Mm-hmm. Auto-enrollment is going to be very technology-led, so it won't be based around paperwork. And I think the comment earlier about pension funds, particularly well-established, long-established pension funds, can be slow to take on new technology because it's a big change from what they currently do. I think if you're doing something new, you've got a better opportunity. I think it's disappointing, and I'm not sure the reason why the Irish government isn't looking at bringing in a pension dashboard system in conjunction with bringing in auto-enrollment, but it just doesn't seem to be a direction they go on, because I do think it really helps people plan for retirement if they can have one place where they can just go and get all their information. I think that makes a big difference. If you've got a minute, I can give you a personal example, because I actually spent a bit of time yesterday pulling together all my own pension stuff. Mm-hmm. So probably for someone my age, I'm not atypical in that I've worked for 5 different employers. I've worked in the UK, so there's an extra complication. My first employer was a summer job in a hotel, so I didn't have any pension there. My second job was in an insurance company. I left at a time where I could just get a refund of contributions, and I needed to pay a credit card bill, and when you're 23, that's what's important to you. So I don't have any pension there. My pension in the UK is divided in 2, because there's one defined contribution element, there's a defined benefit element. They're both operated by different providers, they're on different websites. I was already registered for one, I had to register for the other. It was a straightforward process. It told me exactly what my defined benefit pension is at the last renewal date. It didn't tell me when the last renewal date was, but I could figure it out. It didn't tell me what my retirement age was, but I knew that anyway because I work in this. With my current employer in Ireland, I've got a very good portal. I can just log on and it'll tell me exactly what my fund, it's a defined contribution pension as well, it tells me what my fund is today. Also worked for the Irish Pensions Regulator, which is part of the Irish Civil Service. Mm-hmm. I had a letter when I left that told me I'd worked there for 5.66 years, and it told me how I can calculate my pension, which is basically I have to find the current salary of the grade at which I left at. I have to find out what the current Irish state pension is, multiply that by 2, take it off the salary, divide that by 80, and that gives me my pension today. There's no portal to do that. I have to work it out.
Sure.
All of that, which is relatively straightforward, probably took me 1 to 2 hours yesterday.
Okay.
And I understand this. I know where to start.
Absolutely.
In reality, if I can just type in, and that's not even going near what my state pension in the UK is and what my state pension in Ireland is. So in reality, I want to see the sort of system you've got in
other countries where you just type in your national insurance number, whatever the equivalent is, and it pulls all that data from the various places where it exists. And that's why I think dashboards, and particularly at a European level for people who've worked in different countries, are really important, and we really should be putting more time into developing those.
It actually goes nicely to the argument that was made in the PwC reports on pension tech that the, which I quote again, participant activation through simplicity. So to make the information quite accessible, not to use 2 or 3 calculators to calculate it eventually. I want to ask a question to Andrzej, because we kind of established what is the path, what's the experience when it comes to using technology, both for pension funds and its members. But I do wonder, it's a very simple question, when you work with clients, and again, you work with financial institutions, not just with pension funds, but it might be also relevant to them, what gives them the biggest headache, or what gives you the biggest headache? So which technology is the most susceptible to attacks? Or for example, which transition to technology when companies maybe experiment with new communication methods and they fall under being attacked by a phishing campaign, something like this?
Yes, that's a good question. Most of the companies are now switching to the software as a service model, and they use a lot of different softwares from a lot of different providers. And that's the part you cannot manage yourself, because when you use software as a service, the one thing you are responsible for is the users and the user rights. So everything else is backed by the software as a service provider. And that's a big challenge for the security teams, how to manage all those software which are mostly used in the back office. When we think of the dashboards, that's quite simple, because the pension dashboard doesn't differ much from the banking transaction system, which we all are using commonly. So we know the paths, we know the patterns, how to secure them. And this technology is used for a lot of years, and it's proven, and it has several principles how to deploy it, and that's quite easy.
Thank you so much for that. And I will jump right now to Robert, which is on your right, because that could be a good chance for you to comment on 2 things. The first one is the cybersecurity element behind pension dashboard, so how it is secured. But also the second, which will be the second question I will ask you later, will be about the central pension information system. And I want you to be honest with us, because I know that things are good, could be better, maybe that there is something that you would like to improve. I would love to know more about it.
So for your first question, if I understood well, because I'm not a very technician person, however, the knowledge which I know, the access to the data will be limited by some number of gates. Everything is dedicated for security of member, to avoid any potential threats, any potential attacks. This is the data are, let's say, not in a real, from the real perspective, easy to touch. Just something like something what is offline and is able to be seen. The question to do some transactions, like for example change the address or email address, something like that. The data which are connected with us on our account, that will be prolonged in, let's say, 24 hours. It means today we are let's say apply for the change, and the change the things will happen in the 1 day period. So this is everything what we are able to do in that case is to be secure, even more secure than should be necessary. And for the second question, the things which are right now in central pension information, this is a bill which is undersigned last year, and the process which should start right now. We used to have election end of the 2023. The new government is necessary for the government to set up the priorities instead of the things which will be maybe a little bit postponed. However, we have points which should be done. So we are trying to not be late with the duties which we take on our backs.
Just to remind everybody, so Central Pension Information System, so CIE, it's mostly for our international guests, so will be one central information place where you will be able to not only to access information on the third pillar, but on all three pillars, including also state pension. Quite uniquely, I believe the easiest use case would be that people will be able to access that through a government app, which most of us have. I don't use my plastic ID. I would lie if I say I don't know where it is. It is in my wardrobe or under the bed. But I simply use my iPhone with the app, and you have not only your ID there, but also your driving license. And eventually, in a year time or so, you'll have information about all your three pillars.
Yes, in the governmental app for our guests from different countries, Polish citizen in Poland, when you across border, you need to have with you your ID in the plastic form. But in Poland, you can go to the bank, to any authority, even when we are asked by police officer, would you show me your ID? Of course, we are able to present ID which is in governmental app. Also, the governmental app is the place where we can check our penalty points because of driving type. Of course, if someone has such points, mostly we are trying to avoid such a situation. Even medical receipts. When we are going to GP and we have prescription, we are not able. We don't have prescription on paper. Just in this governmental app, we have 4 numbers code. The pharmacist is asked about this code, and our personal number, like social security number or something what is unique per every citizen, and we are not using prescription in the way like it used to be before.
Absolutely. It will be quite functional. Of course, people will be asking about the elements of cyber security. That is also a quick question to you about what kind of challenges you expect. But with a follow-up question, especially to Žiga, I know that Slovenia has plans to create unified dashboards, so the conversation about cybersecurity will also be there. Robert, just last question about that central pension information system. Do you have any concerns about cybersecurity, or do you think that people, if it's done right, people will gain more trust? If something happens wrong, they might also, it might impact their attitude towards pension system. Information is key to make any of our financial decisions, but also is to make sure that it is stored securely and it doesn't, that there are no data breaches. Like, I'm not sure about the mCitizen app, if they have been any successful data breaches. That might be a question to Andrzej, but if you could comment first on.
For sure, security is something what can let's say break the trust to any solution. But I think let's say flexibility to take something new instead of be very conservative in let's say digital environment is different in different countries. I think in Poland people are very, how to say, very open for such solution, and maybe we are not scared too much. We don't have big problems at the moment, so maybe that's the reason why we are using such solution. And this is also something what is, let's say, the premium from the period when some government, some society is a little bit late. In Polish, it's called premia zapóźnienia. So, for example, our bank services is very modern. Our banks, digital banks, online banks are really, really further than banks in other countries. However, we were not using paper checks, which exist in different countries. For us, is something extremely exotic. We are not.
I had a similar situation when I moved to the UK. I get my first checkbook and I throw it away because I didn't know what's that. That's a real story. I then realized that maybe that wasn't the best thing to do, but that was as a very funny anecdote right now. Of course, as a poor student, I didn't really have much money there. Anyway, dashboards and cybersecurity. Žiga, going back to you, I know that Slovenia has plans to create unified dashboards. I do imagine that because you are the largest pension fund, you also had the conversation about cybersecurity and how to make sure that this will work, this will increase trust rather than be a victim of data breach.
I would say a small correction. Slovenia unfortunately doesn't plan to do the dashboard, but there is a great need for it.
Great need, sorry.
So we are trying to open the ministry's mind to make a dashboard because we are seeing, as we saw in the case, people are more and more switching jobs. They have multiple pension pots. And of course, it would be very easy for them to log into one page and see all their pots. Also, I think on a European level, it's a must because people are also changing jobs across Europe. So it's a thing, I think, that really should be developed and it's technically really feasible. As Andrei said regarding cybersecurity, I think this will all be done on banking technology that's really proven, really stood up well against time and all challenges. So I think it shouldn't be a challenge. And also, as Andrei Robert said, this will be offline systems. So you will not be able to withdraw money from it. You will only be able to view the information. So I think this will add another element of safety. And also, in most cases in Slovenia, if you are in a collective pension plan, you can only claim your money once you retire. So the money is, I would say, locked up. For individual members, it's not, but for collective, it is. So that's another element that the money can't be withdrawn in either way. So I think there are many checks here that prevent anything from happening.
Thank you so much for that. To kind of move to the next topic, very last question to Andrzej. What do you expect will be the key threats for financial institutions, knowing the direction of technology that they will be using? Will it be still phishing as the key element, or maybe it will be some other ways of attacking financial institutions?
I think that phishing will develop into the deep fakes because the generative AI and all this AI technology is not used only for the good, but also for the bad. And those bad are experimenting very much on this topic. And we have, most of us have seen some deep fakes already. But it will be, in a couple of years, very easy to do the deep fake. So I can expect that we get some video calls from our bosses, but it will be a deep fake, not our boss. And that will be the main threat because it will be very hard for people to spot and to distinguish. And maybe we will have some technology which will help us to detect that it is a deep fake, but I don't know yet.
Do you already offer such technology, or is it still something of the future? I mean, of course, education is always one of the ways to prevent such situations. I don't know if you had a case with a client like this.
We have systems for detecting plagiaries, and we also have systems which detect if the content is generated from ChatGPT or other systems. So I expect that we will have some kind of systems which will help us detect deepfakes, no matter if it will be voice or video. But it's a matter of time, I think.
Thank you so much. Roberto, I also know that I remember from our conversation that you, in my opinion, rightly mentioned the element of the limitations of technology, especially when it comes to case of AI models. One of the use, as we just discussed, is deepfakes, but that's just another part of business. I remember from our conversation, it was the perspective of asset managers and asset owners.
Yeah, so I think that's a two-part question, but going to what Andre was saying is we need to start with the risk identification when we're deploying these systems. So part of the EU AI Act specifically does this, which is to establish which are low-risk AI applications and high-risk AI applications. How does this relate to pensions is that essentially the legislation is a bit loose because, for example, deepfakes are considered low risk, where, as we say now, it's in our opinion, is not a low-risk application. High risk for pensions would be how, if we have a system, if it discriminates or affects the outcome of access to services, basically. So imagine if we have somehow an integrated system that takes all of the data of users and builds a model on this, and then somehow determines the pension that will be given, just to say a main example. This will be considered a high-risk system. In things that are banned now, for example, in the EU, is the use of biometric information. So again, this can be in an insurance context. You're talking about, there are studies now which incorporate genetics into premium valuations for insurance companies. This in the European Union is not going to be allowed. And the same could be said for pensions. So there is a lot of interesting applications that, yes, have good potential outcomes, but at the same time, we have to be aware of the risks.
I do have a quick question to our audience, and it might be an easy question because I wanted to ask if you expect more financial institutions to be victims of cyber threats. If you do so, raise your hands. I do agree with that thing. Also because I believe that it isn't only, as we started this session, about money, but also about the data. As we're moving more into the different technology solutions, it will be more and more popular. So anytime when you get a weird phone call from your boss asking you to transfer all the money from one pot to another, just don't pick it up as an option. I've got a question to Jerry, more right now about your Pensions Europe hat. Pensions Europe, of course, helps pensions associations all over Europe with the topic of regulation, also about communicating them. We just had a session on that. But I wanted to ask you whether you also work with them on the topic of data security, or whether maybe the associations are asking you about it, also in terms of potential regulations.
Yeah, I think it's quite an important topic, and particularly, again, Ireland is a small country, so the benefit of us being involved in Pensions Europe is, we don't have the resource to have people fully looking at what's happening at a European level. And quite often, if you can't do that at the beginning, it's too late to have any input by the time you get to it. So having an office space in Brussels who are dealing with this stuff all the time is really helpful, particularly to small countries. On data security in general, there are a few issues. Obviously, there is the regulation around AI, and that's been touched on. I don't think that's been as sort of relevant for pension funds. I think the focus has been more on the Digital Operation Resilience Act, which comes into effect next year. And also on FIDA, which is the financial sort of information data, which is almost like looking at applying the type of open banking system that applies to other financial areas, pension funds potentially being one of those. It's a sort of difficult area because what's happening is rather than pension funds being regulated as pension funds, they're quite often just included with banking and investment management. And for some pension funds, that's appropriate because of their size and the nature of what they do. But for other, particularly in small countries where they're quite small, it brings a lot of regulation on them that I think quite often is just disproportionate. And there's no real sort of carving out or proportionality applied to the different type of pension funds that exist. But certainly the DORA Act is probably been where the most focus has been, and particularly where a lot of pension funds use third-party administrators and third-party providers. There's a lot of work they're going to have to do to make sure that those providers and administrators are meeting the requirements. Yeah. And obviously, we're still at a stage where, even though it comes to effect at the beginning of next year, we don't know what a lot of the detailed requirements are yet.
It is a detailed conversation, but eventually, at the end of the day, it helps to make sure that we have fewer breaches and of course, we control the development on technology. Before we jump to final conclusions, I do wonder if you have any questions, maybe concerns about the topic of data security, not only in pension dashboard, but generally in the development of pension tech or even fintech. If you do, raise your hand. If not, I will also ask this question to all of you gentlemen. I really want you to conclude with two things. One is a short, good example of what do you think is working when it comes to the digital side of pensions. For example, what has changed in the last 5, 10, 20 years? Less paperwork, that's for sure. But also, I want you to mention one concern. And again, I don't want you to be criticizing your institutions, but I want to kind of spark the conversation, because in a moment we're going to have some good food. Now we still have food for thought. And I want you to kind of see what do you think will be a challenge or a, maybe not a threat, but a challenge in the future. So one good thing that you believe was a success, one thing you think is a challenge or will emerge in the next years. We can start with Robert.
Thank you for that question. The first answer is very simply in my company we create online service to watch, to see our savings in PPK wherever they are located, wherever they are accumulated. And in my opinion, the biggest threat, the biggest let's say challenge for next years will be AI. Because if something is very accessible for everyone, for people who have goodwill, who would like to do something in proper way, is also accessible for those who are focused on scam, on crimes, and that will be a big challenge, and that will be the most important thing, because when we are starting to imagine how fast AI is growing and develop itself, is something what can be really dangerous.
Thank you so much for that. Andrzej?
When I started my career, my pension information was sent to me once a year in a letter. And now I can log in and check it myself anytime I want it. So that's, from my point of view, the main difference, and I can access this information easily. I agree with Robert that the NI will be the main challenge for all of us in the near future, because it will be used by the bad people. And another thing is that I think we have to encourage people to behave in a secure manner. For instance, like using two-factor authentication for all our crucial services. And that's what we can do, because we have some ways to encourage them to use this and to promote this kind of authorization.
Thank you so much for that. Jerry, just one extra thing. I remember from our notes, you mentioned that pension scams have become a real problem in some countries. I wonder if you still would like to comment on that.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly been the case in the UK, particularly about persuading people to transfer their pension benefits to funds that either don't exist or only exist to take that money and make sure they never see it. I think, and that's where I think getting that balance right between providing services that are efficient, but also having sufficient safeguards is really important. I agree with Andre. I think the way in which we're presented with information has improved a lot. I still think there's, in many cases, room for improvement, for more improvement. And coming back to the previous panel, I think it's slowly starting to turn where it actually starts off with what information do people need, what decisions, if any, do they need to make, and what information do they need to make those decisions, rather than a whole list of sort of compliance requirements. So I think how you present information visually is really important, in what format you use. So I think there's, that's been a real improvement. As for concerns, I think the same in AI, and I think in Andre's example, I did read recently of a case where somebody was persuaded to make a money transfer out of their firm to a new supplier. They felt really uncomfortable about it because it wasn't a normal process, but they were comforted by the fact that their financial controller was on the call that was set up to instigate it, and it turned out the financial controller was never on that call, but it was a video call and it looked like they were. So I think that is the type of thing that we're going to have to work out ways to guard against.
This is actually an excellent point if you think about it, because take example of Poland. Until recently, we did not have many pension pots. Right now, it is changing because as I can work for an employer A or B or C, I get more and more pension pots. And yes, there is already need to consolidate them or to transfer them. And one of the topics, and I do wonder if pension funds would be interested in perhaps creating an information campaign about how not to transfer the pots to funds that do not exist or are scams.
Just one thing which I would like to add is maybe the number of pots which you mentioned is we can have a lot of pots, but this is everything is collected in ZUS in the first pillar, and our first pillar is different than first pillar, for example, in UK or in Netherlands, because our first pillar is something like pay as you go, and this is not something what is depending on, for example, period of leave somewhere or specific in Poland. So the ZUS is very, very high digitalized company, or let's say authority in Poland, and this is something what was really create a trust to the system, in my opinion.
Thank you so much. Two last voices, starting with Roberto.
Yeah, quickly. So as far as technology, I think it has great potential for engagement, improving outcomes, and of course, automatizing processes. I mean, we saw some great examples, including social media, how it can be used to engage with participants. As far as my concerns with AI is essentially the future, how fast it's evolving, and certain things that we may be overlooking. So this is just a simple example, but Google published a paper recently that evaluating dangerous capabilities of their foundational model, Gemini. And in this paper, it says, for example, that AI can now basically manipulate, is one thing that it's already capable of doing. And the second, it can actually do things like actions, such as open an email account, a Bitcoin wallet, and very crazy things, which I think 2 or 3 years ago sounded like a movie, science fiction, but now is reality. So the world is changing, and we have to address these changes and acknowledge that new risks are coming, and we have to be prepared.
So from a technology side, let's say it's now really easy to make payments in a pension fund. Let's say in our fund, you can pay also via credit card. You can pay in the middle of the night, and we will get the money immediately. So this is one really cool way of making it easy for people to contribute to pension funds. Regarding challenges, I would say the biggest one, especially for smaller companies, would be if we will be able to invest the needed money, because IT is becoming increasingly expensive if you want it at the highest level. So I think this will be challenging because it will require more and more funds, and this will be a challenge for many and will probably trigger further consolidations and changes in the industry as well, because it is expensive.
Thank you so much for all your comments. I will leave you right now. I'm going to finish the session right now and we're going to go to eat some food because right now is the lunchtime. The very last thought I want to leave you with is I really wonder about how your institutions you represent, are securing themselves from threats of using, for example, AI to deceive and manipulate. We've already had such examples not only in financial markets, in financial industry. So I will be we're going to have some nice lunch right now. I would love to hear your opinions on that. So thank you so much for your time. A big round of applause to our guest speakers. And if I'm not mistaken, we have 1 hour or so for food. So I would like to...
That's right, it's time for lunch. Thank you so much, thank you very much for our guest, for that session, for our host, Kuba Janas. Drodzy Państwo, teraz zapraszam właśnie na tę strawę, żeby znowu się poświęcić.
Okay, so right now it's lunchtime time to charge your batteries before our final discussion and panel, moderated by Michał Duniec, how not to be afraid of the future. And one technical note, our last panel today will be in Polish, so you don't need headsets anymore to listen to interpretation into Polish from English, so you hand them over. Bon appétit.
Kłaniam się nisko po przerwie.
Okay, hello and welcome. After the break, I'm addressing our audience joining us remotely. We've said already that this is the last panel today. And it's time to take a seat and join our session. Michał Duniec will be moderating the session titled How Not to Be Afraid of the Future.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon. Hello and welcome. Yes, it's official. We are nearing to the end of this conference. This is the final and most important panel of today. And we'll be talking about PPK, retirement, benefits, and key information for everyone, because the topic of today's discussion is how not to be afraid of the future in the context of retirement. I would like to thank all panelists for accepting our invitation and not being afraid of joining our discussion. So joining us today are people who are experts in their own rights, including Krzysztof Drynda of TEO Consulting, the former CEO of the Polish Agency for Investments and Trade, Marlena Janota, board member of Santander TFI SA, the founder of an organization promoting ESG, Joanna Łąka-Wałach, sales director at LuxMed. She used to work at Amplico and MetLife, so she knows a lot about insurance. Wojciech Nagel, a member of the supervisory board of Warsaw Stock Exchange, who is also sitting on the Social Dialogue Committee. Bartosz Marczuk, the CEO of the Polish Development Fund, co-founder of PPK, a vital retirement plan we'll be discussing today, and Professor Gertruda Uścińska, a professor, doctor habilitated and an academic, associated with Warsaw University. She is working at the Center on Studies on Social Security. She has been overseeing the Polish Insurance Institution from 2016 to 2024. So hello and welcome again. So we have a vast topic to discuss today. So at the beginning, I would like to clear your doubts as to how to assess PPK in the context of its role in building financial security of Poles. So did the introduction of PPK, does it allow us to manage fears of the future in the context of retirement? PPK was launched in a very challenging time, politically challenging time. This is a question addressed to Mr. Marczuk. And before we get there, I would like to give you some facts and figures to illustrate what we are discussing today. PPK I have 3.5 million participants. Participation reaches 50%. Assets account for 25 billion zlotys. So a question to Bartosz. Did PPK boost the knowledge, the financial knowledge of Poles? How long do we have to wait for high participation? And what are your conclusions and insights? Well, thank you very much. Very broad questions indeed. I will try and do my best to answer them correctly. In terms of assessment of PPK, Robert showed us facts and figures in his opening address, but I'd like to quote statistics that illustrate that PPK works. Before the launch of PPK, 300,000 had long-term savings with employers' contribution. After 2019, we have 4.1 million people who are saving for retirement together with employers' contributions. So it's times 14. That's the measure of success of PPK. Ever since 2009, when the new retirement scheme was introduced in Poland, we have tried several times to convince Poles to voluntarily save for retirement. First plans were launched in 2009, later in 2012, and until implementation of PPK, several million Poles were saving for retirement. With PPK in place, it's 4.5 million participants with employers' contribution, and we have 700,000 to 800,000 active individual retirement accounts. So we have roughly 5 million people who are actively saving for retirement. So when we compare 1.5 million to 5 million, well, it's fair to say we have finally succeeded. And looking at data, we can see that gradually the number of people saving within the framework of PPK is growing. Since the beginning of last year, organically, without the auto enrollment, we have an increase of 156,000 people. So we have managed to persuade Poles that it's worth it. Of course, we need to do everything that we can to increase participation, because everyone who's not joining the PPK scheme is inflicting financial self-harm, in fact. I don't know if Professor Gertruda Uścińska is going to agree with me, because we can talk about pillars, and the second pillar, in addition to the fundamental public pillar, which is the national state institution or pension schemes for law enforcement agencies, the second pillar of the retirement system is saving together with the employer. And the third pillar are individual savings accounts, but the second pillar is the workplace pension. And for us Poles who have been experienced by wartime traumas, we have it at the back of our mind that someone is going to come and take away our worth, our property. We had an adventure with open investment funds, which have undermined our confidence in such saving schemes. And from this perspective, and bearing in mind that we have very challenging experiencing with retirement savings, it's a solution that gives us a lot of certainty. Of course, it can be improved, and we should be encouraging the wide public to join PPK. You have asked me for my insights from implementation of PPK. When we were implementing the scheme, I was surprised by resentiment in the Polish public, resentiment caused by open pension funds. Very often Poles didn't know where their money goes, how much they've accumulated, but decisions they have taken in 2013 or 2014, they have taken a toll on such ventures. So if you are contemplating to play with PPK and redesign the system, so it's a warning for the new Minister of Finance, but if you are contemplating toying with PPK, beware, because for decades you won't be able to build an additional pillar. So this is my my first insight, that we have bad experience that lingers on. And my second insight is how important role in this scheme is played by the employer. If a company is friendly towards PPK, is providing contribution that accounts to 60% of the contribution. And if it's not, its contribution dwindles to just a handful of percent. PPK costs are not very high, so I'm going to stress that costs total to 0.47, so this is assets weighted cost for PPK scheme. Okay, so regarding your statement, PFR portal is sending a monthly newsletter because we want to have very clear communication and very transparent costs, and we are communicating costs on monthly basis, and costs are really low. We are demonstrating the cost, the asset-weighted costs and all other costs of the scheme. So if you're wondering if the scheme is expensive or not, everything is transparent, everything is crystal clear, and everything is clearly communicated. I just wanted to say that yes, definitely yes, we are on the same page together with my colleague Robert. For years we were working on the draft bill, but one thing needs to be said very clearly. You know, things are going well, they can be better. Someone said it recently, but because for the past 20 years I've been working on different retirement and pension schemes, including individual retirement accounts, what came as a surprise to me is what is happening at public institutions. When you are setting PPK schemes at public institutions, it's a total failure. Participation level stands on average at 25%. At private companies, it stands at 40%. And what is important is something my colleague has just said. We need to create measures that protect the system against changes. Recently, in political circles, several months back, there was an attack launched at WIG20. These are 8 state-owned companies and 12 private companies that create the index. So investing PPK in WIG20 is wrong. You know, you need to dwell and read carefully facts and figures. What is the key? And I agree with Bartosz. And this is confirmed by studies which have been announced at the Congress of Public Education Studies commissioned by the Warsaw Banking Institute and Warsaw Stock Exchange Foundation. And PPK is the most celebrated scheme, the best known among respondents. And what comes as a breakthrough compared to previous periods, especially in the young generation, 35 years old and under, it means that we have outreached this demographic group to convince them to save for retirement. Of course, there are different risks we are facing and mitigating quite efficiently, but you need to keep in mind that it's a voluntary system which has its specific conditions, and I want to make sure that everything that is well should stay this way. Madam Professor, congratulations on today's conference because it serves a vital educational function, and it's also packed with information. And we should start with the 1st of January 1999, when a modern retirement scheme with predefined contribution was introduced. It's a scheme resistant to crisis and changes, but it's much easier for the state. It consisted of 3 pillars, and of course there were different approaches to the second or the third pillar, but like Bartek said, the second pillar is workplace pension. And solutions we are discussing today keep us on the wrong track. But let's be honest, why are we committing to this scheme today? Why are we listening to experiences from other countries? Because a long time has passed since 1999, and in our economic and social reality, income for retirement is mainly derived from public pension insurance. 86% of income of the retired group comes from state pension fund. So we need to keep individual savings, we need to keep workplace pension at a much higher level in the future to provide us with decent income. So as a result, we need to diversify sources, and diversification is not an activity that can be spread over 5 years. It must be spread over decades. It takes a lot of courage. It requires perseverance, follow-up, and this is the obligation of the state that must create legal, organizational, and financial framework to put diversification in place. Today, the replacement ratio, the relationship between the value of retirement benefits to average income in European countries, we are talking about European country, it stands well above 50%, but very soon is going to go below 40%. So in the next 20, 40 or 60 years, the share of income from additional sources from the second, the third pillar must be definitely higher. And the fact that we are here today and discussing it means that we are convinced that stable, far-fetching activities are essential, not here and now, but in the framework of several dozen years when other incomes will play a much bigger role. Do you think that education, and we've been talking a lot about education for decades, I'm an active observer of the market, and I've been witnessing such discussions for the past 15 or 20 years. Education has been a topic of one of our panels, but education we were committed to in the past, is it effective? What needs to be done to make sure that people who are eligible for PPK are actually saving money for retirement? Because education as we know it today is not very effective. So today we have heard statement from PFR, an authority overseeing PPK, and yes, there are measurable deliverables because we have 4.2 million accounts within the framework of PPK, following a massive information and educational campaign also addressed to employers, because we are talking about workplace pensions. We have massive diversification of entities individuals and institutions engaged in education, engaged in informing the wide public, perhaps we should go further. Perhaps we should create different platforms to outreach, especially young people or the middle-aged group. To persuade them that it's worth to pay social insurance contribution, that you need to secure income for your old age, and we need to do it convincingly in a way that our PH students, they are asking us today, will my retirement benefit will be paid out in 20, 40, 50 years' time? So people who are responsible for that must be authority figures, and they must be professionals in their own right and outreach such individuals. We need to adopt a thoroughly modern approach based on modern communication methods, and we need to educate people from kindergarten in schools. We need to tell children, what is your source of income when you retire? That your wages are deducted with insurance contributions, and this should be continuous education that is implemented day by day. Okay, great. I'm very happy that I don't have to ask a question. I just wanted to say that I wanted to comment, to recap everything you've said so far. I wanted to share conclusions from a focus study conducted before the launch of another retirement product. So everything other speakers said has been confirmed by our focus study. So first of all, the PPK campaign was a campaign for many years that was focused on a single product and topic, what was extremely important, because Gertruda Uścińska has said there are many entities that are educating the wide public. The entire financial market is educating the wide public. I've been working in the sector for 20 years and educating investors, but what is missing is a consistent strategy, education strategy, because all entities should be implementing the same goal. And this is what we've seen in the case of PPK. All entities were focused on a single goal, and as a result, we have 4.2 million accounts altogether. So this is one thing. And another thing confirmed by focus studies, sometimes customers who have the ultimate knowledge or have sufficient knowledge to invest in products, in pension products, but don't invest in them. Why? Bartosz said it, because they don't have confidence, they lack confidence. What happened with open pension funds is taking a toll on all retirement products. I contributed to PPK campaign, but it's also taking its toll on other pension products. Yesterday, I had a discussion with a professional from our sector who told me, Marlena, I'm not going to invest in a product where, which may be interpreted later that it doesn't belong to me, or some of its part doesn't belong to me. So my retirement savings, I'm designing them myself. So this is just a voice in our discussion. I hope that some households whose savings are mainly deposited in banks, on bank deposits, that they will be allocated to retirement. But that's not obvious, because absence of confidence has encouraged customers to opt for the solutions. Bartosz has also said that we should not meddle with legislation, so we should deliver products and solutions that will be constant. We've had too many legislative changes in the last 3 decades, and that's everything that I wanted to tell you, and that has been confirmed by our focus groups. I also do quarterly research on investors. I also research NPS. What is NPS? It's a sentiment survey and perception of my product. So, in a nutshell, the higher the score, the better perceived is a given institution. It's not a very popular study for investment funds. For example, if your return rate was lower, you will not get a higher score in this study. So Net Promoter Score computes the number of promoters and people who have negative attitude to a given product or brand. Krzysztof, you wanted to comment as well. Thank you very much for inviting me. I just wanted to join voices on education, and yes, it's education first, definitely. Everything institutions are doing to explain what PPK is all about, how to save for retirement, everything Robert is doing, it's all important. And Madam Uścińska has mentioned that Poles are saving on deposit accounts, or they keep money at home. It's like a sport in Poland. And we keep on forgetting about the other options. I agree with Madam Uścińska, who said that education must be tailored to the spirit of the era, and it must outreach target audiences. And, for example, people of my generation, I often hear from them that such saving options like PPK are compared with open pension funds. We know what happened with them, but I often hear from people who are comparing PPK with about unit-linked insurance, which was very popular in Poland. So if you decided one day to save, and then one day there were problems with unit-linked insurance, so the question is, perhaps you will be stripped of your savings again. That's what we want to avoid. That's why confidence is all important. And I work a lot with different economic entities, and I wanted to highlight 3 aspects.
While big corporations often have their own educational programs and they show their staff how to save, how to look after their future, we must remember that Poland is built out of SMEs. And there's a bigger problem there, especially if we're talking about thinking ahead, decades ahead, or at least 10 years ahead. For SMEs, that is almost impossible. I'm not saying it doesn't happen ever, but it's not a rule. Plus, in the educational context, we have to remember that we have quite a lot of foreign investors in Poland who come here with their habits, with their cultural differences, with their staff as well, who either stay or return to their country, and that is a subject that we could have a whole other discussion about. And so, getting back to that generation, education for the very youngest is essential, also from considering the growing trend of a no work life.
często myśli, że nie musi
The
pracować.
young generation often
Póki
thinks
są
today
jeszcze
that
młodzi,
they don't
prawda,
have
na
to work,
etacie, czy zakładając własną działalność
they don't
gospodarczą,
have
tylko
to
trochę żyją
start a
sobie tak
company or
z
go
dnia
into
na dzień. I
employment.
tutaj
They
ten
can
wymiar
just drift
edukacyjny
through
też
life,
jest niezwykle istotny.
at least when they're young. And so here the educational dimension is also essential. Drawing on your experience, would you say that the foreign companies in Poland do better with the financial education of their staff? Better than Polish companies? What do you think? Maybe they do handle it a bit better, especially if we're talking about the multinationals, the big corporations, which are older. They have had those programs in place for a longer time. Polish companies do have international success. However, Polish entrepreneurship is still very young. We are still emerging in that respect, and so we are often still learning from our Western counterparts, also when it comes to financial education. Wojciech, could you comment on this? And then we'll go over to Joanna. I am happy to go against the current, starting with what my colleague said. I fully disagree with that view. The Stock Exchange Academy, which operates across Poland, it's been around for 20 years. We have agreements signed with 16 universities, and over 100,000 people have gone through the academy. The school stock exchange game, Go for Poland, other programs. They've been around. We're not junior partners here. What is more, foreign company foundations come to us offering us their support so they can learn from us. They can learn about our experience and the mechanisms that we've put in place to disseminate these big programs catering to elementary, secondary schools and universities. So I don't agree with the opinion that we are still enthralled to the OFE effect, an open investment, open pension fund. I was responsible for OPF in 2012-13. 12 years have passed. Those who were 6, 8, 12 years old back then, right now they're eligible to vote, or they are in a university. A lot of people were born in the meantime. About 3.6 million. I've been looking at demography for many years. 4.8 million have passed away. I don't know if you know this. 1.5 million Poles died during the pandemic. The birth and death gap is growing wider.
Mówimy o systemie, który już nie jest
like it was said, we're talking about a system that is no longer demographically resilient to these changes because somebody has to pay the premiums, pay the contributions.
Ponieważ Michał wymienił moją
And my final thought, since Michał alluded to my function as the head of the RDS social insurance team, this is a team that provides its opinion on all the pension drafts, projects, proposals that come to government from Parliament and the Senate. So we provide our expert opinion on these drafts and projects. So we have on the table right now proposals which I call escape proposals. So we've got escape proposals. I've also given an interview to Rzeczpospolita. It's available. So people want to escape the labor market. The proposal for internship pensions. We are ahead of the 70s and 60s. So this proposal says that women will be able to retire at 53 and men at 58. But my question is, who's going to pay for it? And there are lots of similar bad projects in the current political situation. So it's important for us to support additional pension schemes, because looking at all the other factors, they are the future of pensions. And we've been saying that for years. I will gladly get back to that theme, because the issue of retirement age is the foundation, is a basic thing for the future of the pension system in Poland. I do realize it's an important topic, and I'd really like to touch on it. But before we get there, I have a question to Joanna, because we are focusing on saving. And yet life expectancy has increased all over the Western world, including in Poland, where retirement age is frozen, while we live longer. So I wanted to ask, does health and health-related benefits generate in the current environment for those who are saving, does that generate security for the future? So, for those thinking of retirement schemes, are they also thinking of providing for their health, of having some sort of health scheme in place? Because the two are interlinked, because here we differ from Western trends and standards. What's your approach? Thank you very much for the invitation. So I was following the discussion, and I thought, we have it easy in terms of health, from the standpoint of education and participation. What you're up against, and congratulations on those over 4 million, because I remember previously that was a huge challenge, but now, if you look at the healthcare system from healthcare providers, private healthcare providers like LuxMed, whom I represent, we struggle against something else. We have lots of patients, 2.5 million, great participation. We have more of a problem with supply, because we have very few doctors and nurses in Poland, the smallest percentage per capita across the EU, in the EU. So it's hard for us to provide services because of that. And on the other hand, inflation and the rise of medical costs in the recent few years, that was also a big challenge. So we had to transfer those onto the shoulders of the patient. However, the market for private healthcare is well developed in Poland. We've got a range of facilities, healthcare centers, which supplement the public healthcare system. No problems with education in that regard. You asked about benefits, what this looks like. So, sorry to interrupt you, but what you've said means that you're on the right side of the barricade. And maybe Krzysztof is as well, but the others are not convinced. They haven't come over yet. Please continue.
No właśnie, myślę, że to wyzwanie polega na
So I
tym,
think
że
the
ten
challenge is that these benefits that we're talking about, or pensions, is something in the future. Poles are still a society that is looking at the here and now, trying to make money, not thinking of their retirement. We might die before we get there. I'd like to distinguish two parts of the healthcare system. So we've got education and needs that are further away in time. I started with walk-in care, which is going strong, but returning to benefits in 2021, so after the pandemic, after the first waves of COVID, a study was conducted on the Polish labor market, and the result was 35% of Poles said that the benefit they most desired was complex healthcare. And what happened later? It changed after the pandemic. Coming in second was a 4-day week or a seven-hour day, a workday, additional holidays, and so on, paid for by the employer. So during the pandemic, we sort of started appreciating work-life balance, and the need for having more time for yourself, for your family, that grew, but returning to health benefits. So with regard to basic care, going to a walk-in clinic, the awareness is good, but a few years ago, LuxMed introduced hospital care, hospital coverage. We've got several hospitals in Poland, and here we're facing the same problem that you faced a few years back. So the question of awareness, of whether people even think of it, if it's something that enters their calculations, that they will need to go to hospital.
Pani ma doświadczenia od osób, które są jeszcze nie są jeszcze w wieku emerytalnym, tak?
You're mostly dealing with people who are not of retirement age when it comes to benefits. So my main question and the theme I'd like to dwell on are employers. Is there a tool that will allow employers to transfer benefits beyond retirement?
Niedostosowania podaży do popytu.
So you're talking about doctors and nurses in short supply, and employers
zabezpieczenia poza wiekiem emerytalnym. Czy tutaj pani potwierdza ten aspekt, jakie są ewentualnie rozwiązania tego problemu?
So, are there any solutions to this problem, aside from saving up for it yourself? I don't think there's a good solution in place as of yet. I would even say we don't have a solution at all, because private medical care for seniors is just out-of-pocket services. Either I go to a specialist in the public sector and I have to wait a long time, or I pay and go and see a private doctor, but it costs. Of course, we have health packages that give you access to specialized health care to retired seniors, but they have to pay. Obviously, that's possible for some. However, with regard to hospital care, we don't have that yet. But I think that's also a future, a thing we'll have in the future. LuxMed is part of the Bupa group, and in Australia, Bupa specializes in senior care homes. So in our strategy for the future, we're thinking, we'd like to develop that as well. So we've touched on retirement age to some extent, at least. I'd like to get back to yes, I think Professor
Prezes również.
Ja myślę, że my, jak gdyby, żeby tak metodologicznie
so in terms of ensuring a proper methodology on this panel, we need to look at everything in the context of the labor market, the number of people who are economically active, when they stop working. And here, from the standpoint of demographic change, aging societies, we need hard actions. People between 18 to 64, we should increase their labor activity, because demographic data tell us that fewer and fewer people will enter the job market. And these are hard data that we have already. At the same time, we need to create conditions so that employers adapt workplaces to an aging workforce. In 2025, 50-plus employees will be the most attractive target for employers, and we need to prepare for that demographic change. How much contribution we receive in the public system, or how many people pay for private services that will depend on the number of people who are working and how much they earn. And that will in turn inform what sort of funding we have and what sort of payments or premiums, pensions we can guarantee. So we can't divorce this discussion from what is happening on the job market, in macroeconomics, in demographics. We need to take these things into account when designing PPKs, when estimating how many people will be on the market, will be working, will be subscribed to IKZE or other products. The retirement age is relatively low in Poland, but essentially pension formats depend on the pension formula. Our retirement system is based on how much contribution you've paid during your working life, and certain violations of that principle. But this formula clearly states that the longer you work, the more pension you will get. So we need to extend people's work span and also encourage those already retired to keep working.
So thank you very much. I understand this panel is nearing to the end. The title of this panel is How Not to Be Afraid of the Future. And after the statement of Madam Professor, it made me stop and think, what should I do not to be afraid of the future? Well, to be frank, in our current circumstances, with challenges we are facing, I would focus on robust individual decisions, because no one is relieving us from the responsibility for forging our future. And we are doing that today because two things in Poland are certain, and we live longer and we enjoy health. As you remember, Otto Bismarck was introducing pension plans in the 19th century. So 70 was the retirement age, and the average life expectancy was 45, and we live much longer today. And Madam Professor has mentioned public pension schemes will be paying out less compared to today's pension benefits. The replacement rate, which now stands at roughly 50%, will stand at 25% in the future, which is why we need to answer the question, what approach are we going to take? And we need to answer that question ourselves. It's not about reinventing the wheel, but going back to economic education. I'm not a pessimist. Contrary to what has been said today, if we knew nothing about economics, we wouldn't be growing as a country at such a fast pace. But we have bad luck in terms of public pension schemes, and there are many myths. For example, don't pay to the National Insurance Institution because it's a waste of money. The same goes for PPK and other saving schemes. So this individual approach to multiple decisions that need to be taken is not complex. Well, first of all, you need to work, and you need to take care of your health. I'm looking at LuxMed's representative, because then you can be active professional for longer and you can live longer as well. Because all investment experts say you need to work if you want to invest. You cannot spend carelessly. And thirdly, you need to think how to become a stock market tycoon. So first First of all, you need to think about work and health, and you need to pay contribution to the National Insurance Fund. It's a myth that you won't get state insurance in the future. In a democratic country, no government, no politician is ever going to say to the public, we are not going to pay out your pensions. Why? Because they wouldn't be politicians the day after, so pension will be always paid, but its amount will be smaller. That's the design of the pension scheme. You will get as much as you paid for the scheme, and if you work longer, you're going to have a higher payout. So health, work, and savings, these are three vital elements. There is no better saving scheme, long-term saving scheme in Poland than PPK. It's not because we are brilliant and we've invented something that works like magic. It's the best product. After 1999, Poles were reluctant to save or not. If they were reluctant, this was because there was no robust product on the market available, and PPK is. I'm paying one zloty, the state is adding another zloty, and it's a super appealing product. And that drives the success of PPK. So we need to work, we need to have our future in mind, we need to be active longer on the labor market. We cannot consume everything we earn because the public pension scheme is not going to offer us payouts as lavish as the current system. And today's pensioners have very high benefits compared to what we are going to get in the future. And we need to be ready to face all challenges brought onto us by the reality. So to conclude our consideration and to recap everything that has been said, we need to be prudent, we need to have future in mind, and only then we won't have to be afraid of it. Okay, so let's be more specific. I understand that we live longer and there is a growing gap, but can we offer anything specific, any specific solutions? Because we are playing with taglines, you know, what needs to be done, so perhaps the retirement age should go up? And if yes, then when? And if PPK works, because I understand it does, perhaps it can be strengthened. I know that we can't play with PPK, that we can't amend it and modify it, because Marlena has said, has mentioned about real estate and mythical deposits. Mentioned by Krzysztof just several minutes ago. Yes, PPK helps, but it's not solving problems soon enough. It's just one out of many solutions, so let's leave the audience with a specific solution. What needs to happen to make us not afraid of the future? We need to create incentives to keep people longer on the labor market. And I don't know if you remember, in 2017 there was a draft bill providing incentives for people to work 1 year or 2 years longer. There were tax incentives, and this has not been followed up on. Oh, just a second. Okay, so Bartosz, okay, we're talking about two different things. Well, the state should provide a legal framework, and we also need specific solutions to be implemented by the state. states. For example, incentives to work longer. In 2022, we have zero tax return for seniors. You are not paying tax if you are retired and work, and that's the direction we should be heading. Additional savings are a must, I do agree, but we need peace of mind, not dramatic or rapid changes. Although some additional solutions would be helpful. Okay, so you don't pay tax if you earn less than 2,500 zlotys, but anything over that amount is taxed. And I know that many political parties made various promises while the campaign lasted, and those promises were not followed up on. I just want to say, and I have the biggest experience in pension plans, say for Madam Professor, all political changes in the past 20 years has been a change for worse. And I've said it as well, the predefined contribution, well, the principle has been violated. There are draft bills which effectively reduce the retirement age, and it's a tangible threat for all future pensioners, for all employers, for financial institutions alike. We should be saying it aloud. Marlena, I'm going to give you the microphone, but we are going to celebrate the 5 years of PPK, so we need to focus on it. We've heard that the lowest share in PPK are small businesses, companies with mid-sized employment level. So participants of PPK scheme, well, they know the scheme works because they are looking at their savings on their accounts. So what can we do to outreach these companies, to outreach this group? Well, I believe that PPK participants will be the best ambassadors of the scheme. I don't believe in any regulations that would force small companies to join PPK. So PPK participants should request their employers to launch those schemes at micro companies, at micro businesses. And today, I'm not in favor of dramatic changes, but as the system matures, we should consider such changes, even an obligation for small companies to establish a PPK scheme, whether like it or not. Marlena. Okay, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for such a long time, but you can touch on several issues. Okay, we've said today that we need to incentivize long-term savings via tax reliefs and the so-called Belka tax on interest and capital investments was supposed to be a temporary solution. And I'm talking about investment fund markets, which is driven by debts. For example, you are not investing in shares when you are investing in the long term. So a tax benefit. For example, if you are saving for retirement, so tax reliefs could be a solution. For example, shares could be an option. So PPK is a diversified and the most economic product, investment product you can find. Yes, I do agree. So that's a specific solution. Building awareness. We have a large group of people who are running one-man companies. These are entrepreneurs, freelancers and farmers. And they should secure their future themselves. But do they do anything about it? Well, it varies. We know that those people are convinced that if they are paying less for health insurance and they get the same service like those who are paying higher contributions, and they're convinced that since they are paying low contribution for retirement, they are not going to get a big pension, which is not true. I do believe that Poles are educated and that we embrace the spirit of enterprise, but we often assume that political reasons will prevail in the future. No one will leave them in the future with a meager pension. Okay, so thank you. Perhaps there is one bold person who would like to challenge our speakers. Anyone? I know it's a major challenge. If there is a volunteer, yes, there is a volunteer. Okay, you are going to come up to us. Good afternoon. My name is Mateusz Stefanowicz and I work for LuxMed Benefits. We offer a benefit platform for business, and I know that many employers are struggling with communicating benefits. Very often communication resembles manual instructions for microwave ovens. Very often employers are unable to communicate benefits they offer to their employees. So how can they communicate the benefits of PPK? A ready-to-use solution, a simple communication address to employees could be an answer. So thank you very much. So it's just a comment, not a question. Okay, and I wanted to praise my team from PRF Portal. We have a trainer team and we do our best to go in that direction. We need to communicate very clearly in a very simple way to explain what are the benefits for employers and employees. We reward employers with the highest participation because they take a very mature approach to HR policy. So we are spreading the good news. What is not easy, because sometimes employers who need to add and top up their contribution to PPK, well, they are not always happy to have this obligation upon them, but the awareness, especially considering the current labor market, we have the lowest unemployment rate across the EU, save for Malta, and employers tend to realize very often that without those benefits like PPK, they won't be able to keep or even recruit a valuable candidate. So it's a slow process because Poland has been struggling with unemployment since the early noughties, but I think it's going to improve.
Thank you. And so I'd like to propose a rule because so many people want to take the floor, and we can't go over time, but we've got another room. But maybe I can propose a rule. We'll start with Wojciech, who will tell us, as a wrap-up, what we need to do so that we don't have to be afraid of the future, and so that our pension system isn't like what the Mercer studies tell us, so unprepared to deal with challenges stemming from demographic change. If you could give us point by point what we should do, and then we'll end.
Pan będzie mógł zakończyć. Dobra?
And you will have the last word.
Jest jeden temat, którego nie poruszyłeś.
There's one issue you
No
didn't
nie
touch
poruszyłem,
on.
ale to
I
możemy się
didn't.
umówić na kolejną debatę.
But we can have another panel discussion. But that is the answer.
Trzeba wyeliminować udział polityków
We need to
w rozgrywkach
eliminate
w
political
systemie
participation
emerytalnym. System emerytalny nie jest sklepem z
push
zabawkami,
and pull
które
in
można
the
rozdawać jak
pension
święty
system.
Mikołaj.
Pensions,
Suwak jest
it's not a
przykładem
Christmas
czegoś, czego
store where
politycy
you
nie
can
zrezygnują.
buy.
7 miliardów
It's not
rocznie,
a Santa
które
Claus.
nie wpływa na system
It's present
kapitałowy
from
na
Santa
giełdę.
Claus.
Odpowiedź bardzo prosta.
The answer is simple.
Zmiany suwaka, czyli na przykład na czym polegające?
Marlena mówiła, likwidacja. Po prostu.
The sliding
To są
scale.
pieniądze, które powinny płynąć na rynek kapitałowy do PPK.
So this
Pierwsza
money
rzecz, bardzo prosta do zrobienia.
should
Podatek
be on the
Belki,
market and
20
into the
lat,
PPK.
tak?
The Belka
Dla
tax
oszczędzających.
Jaki wiek emerytalny w Polsce?
Taki jaki jest. Zmiana wieku
should be
emerytalnego
exempted
nie będzie
for those who are
tematem
saving.
politycznym, dlatego że jest
Changing
tematem
retirement age is not a political. It's not going to be on the political agenda because it drives everyone crazy.
Na poziomie
So
merytorycznym. No bo to jest problem. Rozumiem, że można to skwitować.
65-60.
65,
Kasujemy
60.
emerytury stażowe.
We do away with internship pensions.
Likwidować projekt, szkodliwy projekt, który pojawił się i jest za chwilę będzie
So
na
everybody will be in favor of removing that bad proposal.
Pani profesor.
Tak, ja myślę, że ta przyszłość, ona jest taka realna.
So I think the future is real in terms of the need to diversify and everything that we've been doing since 1999. All those systemic actions are today having consequences.
Systemy emerytalne wymagają właśnie tej stabilizacji.
Pension systems need stability,
Bez tego
responsibility.
szarpania
Without this constant tug of war
też polityczny. Nasz system
waged by politicians. Our pension system, which was put in place in January 1999, is very well put together, tailored to demographic challenges, crises, economic crises. However, this system puts a large burden on participants and it requires good management by the state. If, in addition to that, we get diversification, so other schemes, in-company schemes, and we create financial and tax conditions to incentivize people to invest in their future post-retirement, then we will have a great future. To the question of retirement age, let me quote one Erasmus student.
Z punktu widzenia starzenia się społeczeństwa powinien być wiek.
What should be the retirement age across the EU?
To jest 70 albo powyżej 70.
And this student from France said 70 or even over 70, even though he comes from a country where the issue of retirement age is very sensitive. So this is a 22-year-old. That was his answer.
Pani dyrektor, niech pani też się challenge'uje z moim
Director,
pytaniem.
if you could also confront my question. So what can we do as suppliers? I'd like to rejoin. We should take matters into our own hands because we also waited for the healthcare basket, for tax incentives. We've been waiting for many years and we're still waiting. These are very desired solutions. But if we keep waiting, nothing will change. We need to start acting now, create solutions, educating the market. And it's all doable. I already stated my opinion. The system is challenging. It's demanding. The new system is demanding. And nobody will do these things for us if we don't handle it ourselves. We don't want to be afraid of the future, but we need to think ahead.
strukturalnej. Ja się cieszę, że
From the structural perspective, I'm happy that we already have a structure that is very well defined. The first pillar system, the second pillar system that we are building together with employers hand in hand. That is something new. Previously we had OPF or OFE, IKZE as another source of income.
Ja bym się bał w tej chwili jakichś dramatycznych zmian. Jedna rzecz, która jest do załatwienia
So let's keep this up.
jest kwestia
with no
otwartych
dramatic
funduszy
changes,
emerytalnych.
open
Jeżeli mówimy
retirement
o
funds,
konkrecie, uważam, że ta
that is
propozycja,
something
która
maybe
była,
to consider.
dania Polakom wyboru, co robią z tymi pieniędzmi w
Giving
OFE, czy
Poles the choice of what they do with their money in open retirement funds, whether they start or set up an individual retirement account, plus, so they're saving up for their old age in a private institution, or maybe they prefer it for this money to stay in the social insurance office.
Ale myślę, że te kwestie trzeba by było rozwiązać. Wtedy też
Those
w jakiś
issues
sposób
need to be
rozwiązuje
resolved,
nam się kwestia,
and then we end up with
taka systemowa, która no gdzieś jest, jeżeli patrzymy na ten suwak,
a solution to the
ciężko.
overall question.
Data. Do którego
So
roku mamy czas,
date.
żeby
When do we have until to
problem
solve
suwakiem? Bo
the
suwak działa niezależnie od naszych rozmów.
problem of the slider?
Ja patrzę na to bardziej
Because
horyzontalnie,
or the sliding
mówię o
scale.
całym systemie
I'm looking at it
otwartych funduszy
horizontally.
emerytalnych, żeby
I'm
to
looking at the whole
rozwiązać.
open retirement fund
Oczywiście nie ma daty
system.
jakiejś
There's
granicznej,
no
że musimy to zrobić
date by which we need to do
miesiąc,
this.
natomiast wydaje się,
It
że
doesn't need to be done in a month.
Uważam, że dla
but the
suwaka
faster the
powinniśmy
better.
ustalić wiek emerytalny, żeby po prostu wiedział, do kiedy ma się określić. Marleno, proszę bardzo o garść konkretów.
Benefity podatkowe dla długoterminowego inwestowania, wszystko jedno w jakim produkcie.
It
To
doesn't
może
matter
być
which product
albo,
you invest
dla
in,
konkretnej klasy aktywów produkt jest wtórny, albo w ogóle likwidacja podatku belki. przy
or we should do away with Belka's tax for long-term savings. With regard to
likwidować
the pension sliding scale, we either should do away with it or extend it. There's no reason why somebody who's retired shouldn't have part of their savings in stocks, and that is what PPK provides. The funding should be partly
można i nawet uważam, że trzeba
in
zrobić.
stock form, and that is something that can very well be done.
Jest kwestia przekształceń. Na
For
pewno
me,
nie dawałabym możliwości
transformation is a
wypłaty, bo
secondary
niestety
matter. I
koszty
definitely wouldn't
wykładam
let
są
people take their money out of open pension funds, because then they will.
Ja wiem. Tak samo jak podatek belki.
I know, it's like the Belka tax.
To jakby wszyscy umiemy liczyć, więc wiemy, dlaczego tak się dzieje, prawda? Ale no, skoro mamy tutaj taką możliwość, żeby zaapelować.
But everybody knows why it's happening, so let's...
I oddaję głos.
Krzysztof zgodnie z obietnicą kończy panel,
So
ale ja już
Krzysztof
wiem,
will wrap
że po
up the
Krzysztofie
panel,
jeszcze
but I
będzie
know
jeszcze jeden głos zabrany. Ja
that there will be
tylko
another
dodam, bo jeżeli dobrze zrozumiałem,
statement after Krzysztof.
to problem z
Do I
suwakiem
understand it
polega na tym,
correctly? The
że
problem with the
powinniśmy
slider is that
ustalić
we should
świadczenia emerytalnego z
determine
konta. Jeżeli ten suwak
the
przechodzi
amount of the
poza wiek
pension
emerytalny,
benefit
to my musimy ten problem
on
rozwiązać. Z perspektywy ZUS-u
on
to jest
the
bardzo
account.
ważne, żeby emeryturę wyliczyć. Ja nie jestem od tego, żeby postulować, ale na pewno
important from
moglibyśmy ten
the
temat
social
na
insurance
następnym
standpoint to
spotkaniu. Co można
calculate
zrobić,
the
żeby
pension.
przesunąć ten
So
Krzysztof,
what can we
proszę
do
bardzo.
Prawie wszystko zostało
to slide
powiedziane.
over the slider?
Indywidualnie zrozumieć, że musimy wziąć sprawy w swoje ręce i tu wszelkie zachęty.
So we need to take matters into our own hands, and of course all incentives related to long-term savings need to be in place.
Systemowe rozwiązania to takie,
As for
które
systemic
zachęcą
solutions, we need
ludzi do
those that will
jak najdłuższej aktywności
encourage people to be
zawodowej. O tym
active,
też mówiliśmy.
to be working
Dzisiaj
as long
na
as
przykład
possible.
taką sytuację obserwujemy na rynku
So
pracy nauczycieli.
we're
Także
seeing
bardzo
this
często
among
emerytowani
teachers, for
nauczyciele
instance.
wracają
Retired teachers
do
now are
zawodu
often
i
coming
myślę, że
back
za 20,
to work,
30
and in
lat
20, 30
rynek
years,
pracy
perhaps
sam wymusi trochę
the
takie
labor
zachowania,
market
natomiast
will
wszelkiego rodzaju benefity z tym
make
związane,
that sort of
zachęcające
behavior
na pewno są też mile widziane. I ostatni wątek,
possible.
bo pojawił się tutaj jeszcze wątek ambasadorów PPK,
And
że to
finally, the
uczestnicy są najlepszymi
PPK
ambasadorami.
ambassadors, it's the
To prawda.
participants who are the best
Tylko
ambassadors,
ja
that's
jestem ciekawy,
true.
gdybym tak panu prezesowi mógł zadać pytanie.
But here, if I could ask the president, how many people actually log into the PPK portal website and track their pension savings? Because they will only become ambassadors if they see in real time that the money is there on their wallet and that it's growing, it's accruing.
Kilkaset tysięcy kwartalnie, jeżeli ktoś nie usłyszał. Proszę
Several
Państwa,
hundred
jeszcze
thousand
pan
per quarter.
Mati Lapala chciałby
That is the answer.
chyba zabrać głos, nie wiem, czy skomentować.
Mati
W jakiej
Lapala.
konwencji? Pytanie, okej. Proszę Państwa, słuchamy
question.
pytania.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to speak in English. Thank you very much for a very interesting panel discussion, and I was very happy to hear many things like having strong 3 pillars and the question that you have to take your pension system in your own hands because you're responsible for it. But what I was thinking about when listening to the outlook of the replacement rates, that now 50%, going forward a couple of decades, 25%. And I was in Brussels a couple of weeks ago, and there were Polish experts, and they said the number's 19%. Maybe they have the new figures that will be published in the upcoming aging and adequacy reports. But what I'm thinking is that this 25 or 19%, somewhere there, isn't it the fact, if I understand correctly, that then the average pensions from the earnings-related system where the contribution levels are already high will be very close to the minimum pension that you have in Poland. So how do you see then this, how big a problem is, I'm looking at you, Professor, I mean, to me, it sounds really a big issue that if you're contributing a lot and what you get is a minimum pension, then who supports this? How does that continue? Of course, this is part of what you're saying. You take your future in your own hands, and the PPK is, of course, one of those who are really contributing to the solution. But looking at the numbers, of course, that's only part of a solution. So what I'm asking is, how sustainable is the whole system if the replacement rates are this low? I mean, the projections, hopefully it will not be as bad, but it looks like a huge challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so to może ja bardzo szybko skomentuję.
Okay, so very briefly, I'll try to address this issue. Well, the CEO has noted that the president has noted that the pension scheme in its current shape and format is not sufficient. It requires additional influx of capital. So that's the main issue. Okay, so perhaps I'll start replying in English and Polish. No. Let's stay with Polish. Okay, so if you are going to comment on the replacement rate. Okay, there were 3 issues in that statement. Well, first of all, the replacement rate. Well, today in the EU, it stands at approximately 50% and at 51-52% in Poland. But analysis we do reveal that it will decline below 40% by 2040, and by 2060 or 2080, according to our analysis, it will stand at 27-29%. What doesn't mean in a new pension scheme with a predefined contribution that the replacement rate that will stay at 27% in the future will translate into nominally lower benefits, which we have with a higher replacement rate, because average income will be different and its purchasing power may be comparable to 40%. Plus, we should not attribute cosmic powers, or we should not see our present computations as a dogma. Because in all EU states, I'm working on a working group affiliated with the European Commission, and we are computing replacement rate for 2040. It's going to be definitely lower for EU countries, lower than 40%, which according to the convention should stand at least 40%. Second thing is the design of the public pension scheme, which is based on a fund a fund supplied with voluntary contributions, and it's the state which is establishing the pension scheme. The state also guarantees subsidies, especially for payout of pension benefits. So from the legal standpoint, it has the same status as payment of contributions. For example, payouts last year were funded with contributions up to 85%, but when the gap will be bigger, because contributions in the future will be able to finance up to 75% of pension payouts, and state contributions will be bigger through taxes and contributions. And the third issue, minimum pension benefits, which are guaranteed in Poland for the age of 60 and 65 for men and women respectively, and women need to work for 20 years and men for 25 years. But I think the question was about something else. We have the right to claim pension benefits when the sum of contributions accumulated on one's account is smaller. So I would like to thank Matti Lapala of Pension Europe for his question. And finally, I would like to thank you for contributing to our panel. To be honest, it was a major challenge to me to juggle so many different topics, and eventually one needs to be prudent and
Dziękuję serdecznie również panelistom.
Thank you. I would like to thank panelists. Michał Dunin was moderating the panel, and very slowly we are nearing to the end of our conference, and we've had official opening, and right now it's official wrap-up of our conference. So thank you very much, because right now the stage will be taken by the host of today's conference, who has officially opened it. So, joining us today on the stage is PFR Portal CEO Robert Zapotoczny. I would like to thank you very much for taking part in our international conference today.
Guests, thank you very much for your patience, for your time, for your power which you will share with us. Dziękuję bardzo, że znaleźliście Państwo czas, że
And thank you for finding time for us, and I hope that your takeaways from today's conference are new contacts, networking and new inspirations. I'm delighted to have you here. It's been a great conference, and we'll do our best to make sure that next year PFR Portal stages the third international conference, also in April. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. On a technical note, please remember to hand in handsets. So please give them back to us, and I wish you a great afternoon.